Hello, everyone, and welcome to Old World. My name is Siontific, and we are broadcasting part 2 of the IceMatrix versus Cliff game in the 2025 Community Tournament. I'll be your host today. Just kind of getting some things set up here for a moment. Want to make sure that they have their turnstile changed to tight, and I'm also going to make sure that I can enable the chat so I can see you fine folks. We just need 1 second here while we figure out what's going on, and then I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and give a little bit of a recap in the meantime of basically what's been going down in this game in part 1 in case you missed it or you'd like a reminder. Just making sure that my stream is set up here. There we go. Part 1 in case you missed it or like a reminder. Oh, sorry, there might be a little bit of an echo there. And there we go. Okay. We should be set up. All right. We have Assyria versus Greece. And let's take a quick look at the stats going down. We believe that, yep, Greece is much stronger. That's where we left off. So we'll just jump right to military score. What we have is a huge gap. So they're stronger currently, and they're getting very close to the much stronger range. We have, let's take a look over at their setup over here for Greece. We have a lot of spears situation. We have chariots, and I believe IceMatrix has axes. Yes, we do have axes over here. He's working on some spears. And we have, for technologies, or laws rather, Greece does have access to a fourth law. Doesn't have the civics for it yet, but they'll be close to that timing. They've constructed a wonder, and we'll take a look at the science as well. The science, yes, IceMatrix has hop ahead due to a schemer on the throne. The schemer's very old, so about 20%, about 20 of that science for Assyria is coming from that one ruler, so that's going to dip again in a moment. I'm just going to check Discord for a moment just to make sure that IceMatrix is having an okay. All right, let's see options. Let me tag somebody. All right, yep, they figured it out. All right, yep. Okay, so the timer is now set to tight. That will avoid any issues of running out of time to do things like build queues, pick technologies, or work on your worker turns. You can move your workers on the other player's turn just fine. Okay, so Greece kicks us off here. It's turn 53. What we do have is IceMatrix has recently settled the center of the map, and Greece is just recently aware of that. They have this vision here where they can see kind of what's going on with Assyria. I will be curious if IceMatrix takes the opportunity, if Cliff takes the opportunity to kind of come down here and scout the military situation. We do have better vision, I believe, before Greece than Assyria does? Yes. So if we take a look over here, if you look at the mini-map, we can see the vision that Assyria has of Greece actively right now. They have this border, but they don't have any scouts penetrating Greek territory. Additionally, if we take a look at the map itself, we can see that IceMatrix has explored his side of the map, but pretty much the boundaries to Greece is where his vision ends. However, if we take a look at Cliff, what we'll see is he has the ability to track some of IceMatrix's military movements, some of his military capabilities. He can see if he's going to be coming to clear this camp. And he can also, again, investigate this middle site if he wants. Additionally, if we take a look at the timeline, we can see that he has at least a little bit more penetration to the other side of the map than IceMatrix has. It does seem like they're taking their first turns with the timer paused. That does make sense because it's been a couple of days since they've played this game. So they're probably taking some time to refresh themselves. Greece is in a strong position here. They have a military lead, and they do have plenty of chariots and things on the way. IceMatrix does have access to spears, though, so that will counter, and chariots of their own, so he just needs to catch up a little bit in terms of military output. Let's take a look at IceMatrix and see what we got going on. And let's do an air check. So the air is still the original judge that IceMatrix started with. 49 years old. Let's see if they're the better descendant that he can put on the throne. He does have a 14-year-old granddaughter that he could opt to surpass the parent with. And we have diplomat, hero, and then a bunch of younger children. Oh, this fella just turned 18. We'll see if he gets a archetype. All right, so we have the ability to get a luxury if he wants it. We'll see if he goes for that. Doesn't look like he did, and now we have an upgrade. Ooh, warlike would probably be the choice there. Let's see if he went for it. Yes, he did. That makes sense. All right, so he's already taken care of all of his events. And again, turnstile is tight, so there's a little less pressure to go as quickly. Let's see, for religions, we do have Zorro on IceMatrix. He's opting to build a handful of military units all across the Empire, which is pretty good because, again, he can see that Cliff is stronger, so he's going to want to catch up there. And, oh, another fun fact that I've forgotten about that I'm now just reminding myself of this particular game is that both nations are currently incurring a tribal invasion. The Numidians are going all across the map to deal with Cliff, and the Scythians have decided to come down from these highlands up here, or this valley rather, to invade IceMatrix. So amusingly enough, both players are in the midst of a tribal invasion. I would be interested in knowing, and I'm sure they did, if they got that extra 10 legitimacy for the invasion. So that would probably be very well worth it to take it. It's nice for IceMatrix, though, because this Numidian camp, since it's invading Cliff, has basically emptied out for him. I don't think he's spotted that just yet, but it would be interesting to see if he takes advantage of the opportunity to take that camp. 7 orders left on IceMatrix. Only really has scouts to move. The slinger down here. He does have this free Huskarl, elite Huskarl that came from an event. That's a pretty good grab. Unfortunately, its special promotion is cold, so that's not really going to play a factor in this map. However, you know, a 6-strength unit, an extra 6-strength unit is not bad to have. Unfortunately, Greece does have champion units, so they can counter that pretty handily. All right. IceMatrix timer is going down, and we're on to Greece. Greece seems to be making some progress up in this northern camp, so he still seems to be thinking about settling. I don't see a settler queued up, though we do have lots of forums, so he's in a little bit of an economic development mindset. I can understand that in the sense that that's going to grant him a bunch of extra civics, which could be good long term for adopting more laws. Again, he does have access to 5 currently, with 3 adopted. He does have the pyramids coming online as well, so he will be waiting for that to finish before adopting his next 2 laws. Wow, what a very, very good grab here. We have clearing a tribal camp gets him a free horseman unit. That's just fantastic. What a good get for clearing out the Numidians. That's going to give him good routing capability. He does already have chariots, but obviously a 6 strength unit with the ability to route is just a really good get to have. It's going to do pretty good damage to these units. I'll be curious if he keeps clearing further or if he ends it here. But yeah, that's an exciting event to get. Plenty of spears up here to deal with more barbarians and potential horse tribes if he looks to expand further, or if he just wants to post a couple of these units here to keep defending. All right. Let's take a look at his heir. His heir is a philosophy student, 17 years old, though he will be making a decision as to what to assign that character to soon. And let's look at the kids. We got a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, so plenty of options coming down the pipeline as far as the Greek dynasty is concerned. Getting some road networks set up, that's pretty good. Let's take a look at his connected status. Most of his cities are connected because of his river, which is pretty solid. But he's going to be thinking about transportation. He's got some roads here already lined up. So we're going to want to make sure that he can get his units to the front line quicker, since this ultimately will be the path. This valley here will ultimately be the path between each player's nation. They could come across these hills and woods and mountains, but I suspect with having chariots in tow, they're going to try and take advantage of this open territory. All right, hopping over to IceMatrix. IceMatrix is very close to scholarship, so this could provide a major long-term boost. We are getting a lot of our science, 25 science, from the schemer here. And 19 from, oh, and the schemer is also a governor. So oof, wow, that's so much science. So between this, that is 37 science coming from just a schemer. But the good news here is, if we take a look at the total output, even if IceMatrix loses his leader, he's still going to be on par, just a little bit under Greece. So getting scholarship in just a few more turns could actually definitively set IceMatrix into a position of taking a strong science lead. They are both competent, so they're kind of neck and neck when it comes to the tech layout of each nation. That scholarship play can be handy. I'm going to take a quick look over here, and yeah, he actually has an advantage here over Greece, because Greece is currently researching citizenship with the exact same time frame, 4 turns until completion on both technologies. So that's a nice momentum boost for IceMatrix here. If you're watching in the chat, just let me know if I sound all right and if you can hear everything okay. Just an audio check would be appreciated. I do see that we have a couple of people in here with us. All right, IceMatrix is making his way to finally clear this Vandal camp. Again, a huge boost, or benefit rather, that these Numidians are just making their way away from. Thanks, Bull Moose. It's making their way away from IceMatrix. That really just opens up his ability to clear out here. He does have truce with the Numidians, but still, even if he decides to take this camp, that's going to be quick and easy access. Zoroastrianism did happen to land in his cleric seat. That's pretty convenient, I must say. He's going to be able to get Disciple out there real quick and set up some temples. Let's take a look at the tech tree. He does not have access to monasticism yet. Oh, yes, he did delay divination for quite some time. Yeah. He did delay divination for quite some time. And we have steel, we have spoked wheel, and phalanx. Yep, he's making his way up to scholarship now. So he's not close to having 4 laws. He has access to 3 and 3 adopted, but he's a little bit behind on that law momentum. If we hop over to Greece and take a look at their tech tree, we'll see that we have the 4 laws, 5 in total, because navigation, right? So we have navigation, labor force, aristocracy, rhetoric, and then we're behind on that path to scholarship. Scholarship will give IceMatrix the ability to catch up, but it'll be interesting to see if Cliff is able to leverage his unique unit superiority in the time frame, in a good time frame before IceMatrix, does catch up. Just to do a more direct comparison, one thing I like to do is to take a look at the tooltips. You can see both names. If you're an observer, you can see both names and the year that they researched it, right? So we can see here, in this case, that IceMatrix has this technology while Cliff is researching it. And we can see that they both have rhetoric. Only Cliff has aristocracy. They both have spoked wheel, etc., etc. And Cliff has the order advantage with navigation. Let's take a look at that, actually. Orders, actually, they're pretty even there. Again, keep in mind, this does factor in how many workers are being used in the moment. So I'd say plus or minus, 5 or 10. Yep, 10 for Greece. And they're probably pretty even. Let's take a look at -8. Yeah, so the slight order advantage to Greece, which does make sense because he does have that serfdom. Take a look at what's going on down here. Working on the road, working on the barracks. In each city, a stronghold in the capital. A garrison in Thebes, which will soon make its way to another stronghold. With the pyramids adopted, he did get another law, and he's 1 turn away from getting even an additional law. I'd be curious to see if he opts to take polytheism. I suspect he will, to spread the Greek shrines around. They do have a science shrine and a civics shrine, so that's a pretty good thing to kind of spam around. And of course, if you spam just at least 1 shrine in every city, you can then always use divine rule for a big orders boost there. We have lots of cities also on their way to strong for Greece, which does make sense because they have that culture boost. We have 2 that will be done in no time, and then Ephesus down here will be done in 11 turns as well. So he will have an opportunity to create citadels and his unique unit once he hits 7 laws as well. Decided to bring this horse down here to deal with the tribal unit. And then if we come back over and look at IceMatrix, we can do a culture check here. So we do have strong coming online in the capital soon, and we are pretty much going to have several developing cities, but only 1 strong city. So he's going to have only 1 area that he can use his 8 strength, use to build his 8 strength unit once he hits 7 laws. Again, he's a bit behind on momentum there. Greece does have 7 cities to IceMatrix's 6. Okay, so we're working on more clearing. 26 orders to use. He is a schemer, so he can purchase if we need. Let's take a look if he's purchased any. Doesn't look like he's bothered to use the schemer ability to boost his orders at all from the opening game. This is a wild leader, by the way. Let's take a look at this. 17 wisdom. That's insane. That is such a crazy boost for one leader. It is competitive mode, so this is blunted a little bit, but still, this is, again, like 39 science coming from one character. That is just insane. Hello, Alcaris. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining, Moose. Thanks to everybody else for popping in and saying hello. We're doing some chopping down here. We're doing some net building. Also, let's not forget, I was very excited by this play, and I'm really close. We're probably going to see our first little bit of action between the two players. I forget if they've skirmished already, but certainly our first bit of action in this round, because this ship is going to explore, and again, it's mirror map, so Greece will know that this city site exists. I'll be very curious if Cliff is feeling cheeky and decides to come do some pillaging, because what he will do, he'll be arriving almost just in time to put some damage on this worker before he's forced to go back inland. Be really curious to see what happens there. So I'm going to try and remember to keep an eye on that ship. That could be some fun for us. Have some rushing happening in the champion seat. Interesting, he's going for some poets here. Courthouse coming online. He's probably, if I were to guess, I think he knows... Well, no, they are competent. I think he could be having some science anxiety, but scholarship really is going to bring things online. Again, in each of these developing cities, he'll be able to put a library if he wants it, and in his capital, he can get an academy, so that'll be good. Making some progress on these camps. And Cliff is able, well, just barely able to see this. If he were to move around, he'd be able to spot this camp clearing, so there's no vision there. So, Moose, this is part 2 of a game. The first part is up on YouTube, I believe on Nizar's YouTube channel. The playlist is hosted by, is pointed out by Mohawk. We do have a YouTube playlist, and we'll try to get that set up on Reddit as well, a link pointing that out. But I don't specifically remember, because part 1, I was watching part 1, but it was a few days ago. Mostly, I suspect events. We don't have much in the way of any stats here, so that must have been a massive amount of luck coming in with consistent event options. Or also, don't forget fallback mode. There are options where if you are, he does have 3 strengths. One of them does give him wisdom, but he does have 3 strengths. And don't forget, so if you have 3 strengths and you get an option that offers you another strength, you get that fallback attribute. If you can't get an extra strength, so he could have just gotten really lucky with event options and fallbacks. All right, back over to Greece. We see a little bit of a military buildup here. And finally, we do have some eyes on the center site, and he did come up here and take a peek at this. So that's pretty good, because you kind of want to... Greece should have a sense of what it is that IceMatrix is up to in the center of the map. With so little development, I'll be curious if Cliff will be able to pick up on the fact that this was recently settled. He did see it get settled in the first part of this game. However, he might not remember. Garrisons coming online. Very important to build your garrisons. Can be something that you can overlook, especially when it comes time to have your laws and build your unique unit. You can suddenly forget that you don't have any garrisons anywhere. Nice, bringing granaries online. So he's still in economic mode. The economies are pretty strong for Greece. We have 68 food, 100 metal, 141 stone, no real wood income, and 64 gold compared to IceMatrix on Assyria, who has 45 food, 53 iron, only 83 stone. Still pretty solid economy. He has 193 gold, but Greece's economic development is pretty strong. He does have the ability to adopt his 5th law now. And there's also a schemer on the throne for Greece. I believe this started out as a scholar, and there was an event that transitioned it into a schemer. But honestly, I don't remember. All right, all the orders spent. We'll see if he remembers to adopt a law or if he cares to adopt at the moment. Of course, don't forget the turnstile is tight now, so he can always adopt the law on his opponent's turn. Hopping back over to Assyria now. There's some retreating from this camp. He is making progress here, so I don't... Oh, we have a settler. We do have a settler coming online, so he will be able to catch up to Greece's city total, which will be nice. We have a camp opening up here who would certainly be able to clear the Numidian one, and he does seem to have the ability to take out this barbarian up here. He can just send a slinger or a chariot back up. So some good progress there. We don't yet know the aggression level of each player, how likely they are to decide to try and press an advantage and go on an all-out attack. It does seem like they're content to build up their economies and build up their nations, which of course makes sense. We have an opportunity to get elephants in a city. I'd be curious. Oh, there are already 2 more elephants here. I'd be curious if he takes another one. We have some wisdom opportunities from developing 2 leveled up cities this turn. Wow, and see, yep, another opportunity to get more stats on his boosted leader. Absolutely boosted. His leader is finally severely ill, however. So I don't expect that this ruler is long for the world. He made it to a incredible 74 years, though. So we'll have to watch for the regime change and to see if IceMatrix decides to keep his 52-year-old judge on the throne. There will be opportunities for more civics there. And of course, the ability to upgrade buildings, which can always be useful to speed up development. All right, let's hop over to Greece. Still vision in this area. Eyes on the center. We have a fire in Rhegion. Very minor fire. And we have corruption reform. I believe that was what was taken. Yep. That's a great boost. 1 training and 1 civic per family opinion level. And all right, we have a character getting severely wounded, it looks like, and she's going to lose some charisma. Yes, indeed. There's currently about 38 science coming from this schemer ruler, give or take. However, he's just going to be dropping down to parity. Greece had a bit of a lead for most of the game, just slight advantage here on science, and then that crazy stat building on the schemer as well as the long life allowed the schemer and Assyria to kind of take a lead for quite a while here. And then once that schemer dies, it's kind of going to equalize, which is not the worst. Still not adopting polytheism. We do have access to more wonders, and we know that Greece does have the economy to support it. So I'd be curious to see if we see more wonders from Greece. Just a reminder, we do have lots of legendary cities, legendary wonders in this game. There's 7, I believe, 2, 4, no, 6. There's 6 legendary wonders in this game. So I believe that actually might be all of them. We only have one built so far, the pyramids in Greece, and Greece really is lined up to secure several if they want. Okay, this site is cleared and secured. I would not be surprised if this is where the boundary of Greece ends. No real point in continuing to expand so deep, especially, I'm not sure he knows what's up there. Yeah, he doesn't, but, you know, that's a lot of woods that you'd be exploring into. All right, kicking it over to IceMatrix now. Cleared this camp. Settler 1 turn. Still no progress. Oh, he can see the ship, though. So the ship did advance a little bit on the south, and now IceMatrix is aware of that. So we have our classic ahoy there moment. And IceMatrix will be aware that Greece has some form of navy. Of course, he won't know if he has one ship or several. Oh, if he doesn't retreat this axe, he could lose it. I'd be curious. Oh, he took the chariot down, so he was going to have to back off here or risk losing this axeman. See if he remembers that. And he's now getting raids from the Danes who are over here. So there's going to be a few more units coming down this river. That's probably why our Greek friends across the way chose to clear this site. That's really going to help stop the raiding profile that attacks you. Especially if you don't settle this site, then this camp is very unlikely to ever raid you because the distance is so far. So sometimes it can be advantageous to clear a camp and then just kind of let it hang and just not worry about that side of the map. He did retreat that axe. That's good. Don't want to lose a unit to the barbarians. That always feels bad. It is entirely possible that IceMatrix could completely miss the presence of this ship. We will see, because I suspect if IceMatrix sees this ship, I would suspect he would not try to build another net, because that could risk losing his worker. So we can keep an eye on that. If he decides to build another improvement next turn, I would take that to mean that he missed the fact that the ship is nearby. The leader is now doomed. So this will be the final turn of our immensely powerful schemer. 17 civics coming in, well, 20 civics per turn coming in, 39 science, and a massive amount of gold as well. All right, back to Greece. Yeah, it might very well be the first boat of the tournament, which is super exciting. We'll see if he decides to move it up. Still some building up. We have a garrison completed. 2 turns on the stronghold. Really, really good civics production in this city. 22 civics per turn is not bad for this stage. Try to keep eyes on that boat to see if it moves. We're going for Polis now. Let's see if he has anything targeted. He does not have any techs specifically targeted. His options were steel, doctrine, and coinage, so I suspect Polis was maybe a cycle, and maybe he's trying to get to scholarship himself as well. Plenty of orders to work with, 35 orders per turn. He's got 24 left. 6 workers with nothing to do currently, so he'll probably keep developing. And he did choose to adopt polytheism and as well as legal code. I find that interesting, but maybe he wants a civics. He could combo polytheism with divine rule. Maybe he's going to hang out in legal code for a while he sets up the shrines and then just do a double swap into divine rule and monotheism on the same turn to double dip that order boost. That would make sense to me. Might as well just take advantage of building up the civics in the meantime. He clearly has plenty of orders, so he doesn't really need the extra 3 in the meantime. That's 6 laws for him as well, though. So he's 1 turn away from, not 1 turn, forgive me, but 1 law away from 7, which could amount to a massive power spike. There's certainly lots of buildup military-wise, so we could see aggression. IceMatrix is still only weaker, so we haven't reached much stronger territory. And they are now climbing in their power. So they're focusing on army. They're realizing that they're at a deficit, and so they're trying to catch up there, which is pretty good. Meanwhile, we can actually see that we don't have a lot of military development with Greece at the moment, so they're content to kind of sit in their advantage for now. We have a council, we have a farmer, we have another farmer. So Greece is sitting on their kind of military advantage and focusing on economy now, which is really good news for IceMatrix as he attempts to equalize that military shortfall, although he's currently going for lots of specialists at the moment as well. An apprentice poet in a champion seat is an interesting choice to me. He does have the opportunity to get the free battering ram here, but I think long term it would be better to grab navigation because he's still on 3 laws. So that would be the 4th law, enabling him to just build rams himself. It is always nice to get the free bonus unit, and of course he does go for navigation. That's the good play there. That'll help equalize the orders as well. Judge is on the throne. End of an era. Let's take a look at the event options. Going to have an opportunity to get lots of cleric opinion, which he will need because there's a very angry schemer on the throne, estranged and different, and it's never nice to have a schemer mad at you because that can just cause problems. We have a huge science boost. We should be getting navigation for free here. See if that pops off for IceMatrix. And then the next one is a free promotion for Divine Rule. For a Spearman. Tribal peace with the Assyrians if he wants it. I'll be interested if he takes that. The ability to adopt paganism. Probably want to hold off on that. Oh, he did. Oh, no, convert it. My bad. The ability to convert. So that's a no-brainer. And we will want to keep an eye out on what he chooses for education. Doesn't look like he got the 200 science. So interesting. He must have opted for the courtier, which surprises me immensely. Because there are no event options left, and that 200 science is gone. So the other option was a courtier. So given the age of this courtier, I must assume they took the courtier, which is just wild to me. He could have had navigation researched and adopted on this very same turn. So that's a bit unfortunate. Have Numidians just roaming around, not really sure what to do with themselves, kind of lost in the open. They are still technically invading Greece as an organized tribal unit, but since it uses the regular AI in the situation, it probably doesn't want to go anywhere near Greece because it knows it will die. So that's kind of funny that it's just wandering aimlessly. Still some economic development. Oh, and it's library time. So we have one library in the capital. That's nice. And no other libraries being built at the moment, though there are 4 cities for Assyria that can build libraries. We are at 51 science. We can check that. Yeah, wow. That is a dip. This will come back up. Actually, no, that's just right about where it's going to hang. That is quite the drop. But, he's not too far behind Greece now. They kind of keep ping-ponging past each other. Which there are certainly worse situations to be in when you're trying to keep up in science with your opponent. This sovereignty grab, however, will be the 7th law for Greece. That's going to come on just in a few turns. So I suspect with the construction of a citadel, which he will be able to put in the capital, as well as in Rhegion, although he still needs to build a stronghold here, it seems. However, Artisan Seat will build the stronghold and citadel faster. I suspect we'll start seeing 8 strength units coming out before turn 70 on the Greek side of the map, which is going to be an incredibly dangerous proposition for IceMatrix to deal with. Massive amount of buildup of barbarians over in this location. Still invading, but no real opportunity to move in on Greece. And he's at truce with the Scythians. So overall, I think this is a strong, good position for Greece to be in. He's still building these road networks. You can tell that he's probably of the mindset of mobilizing towards Assyria. He's very likely thinking about that seven law timing at this point. Has not moved the ship any further, though. I'm curious if he is aware of the fact that Greece has vision on him. Interestingly enough, it's not actually showing the vision down here. When we do know that Syria does, in fact, have the ability to see this unit. It could be because, forgive me, it could be because, well, let me swap perspectives here. Could be because that Greece hasn't identified this portion of the map. Maybe you can't see your opponent's visibility from the fog of war. I suppose that would make sense. All right, well, we're going to clear another camp. Suppose he may as well. Does he have... He has epics. Interesting. I kind of like that choice at this stage. He doesn't really need exploration. There are no rivers crossing the map, and he has control of the majority of his river network. He is missing this segment here, nothing he can't resolve at some point, so he doesn't necessarily need the movement. And there's plenty of units to kill up here that can funnel lots of culture into this one city, giving him another opportunity to create his unique unit or just build better stuff. We have a settler making its way to its new home. Again, Greece is still aware of this. If we take a look here, I don't think I'm doing this correctly. Yeah, I'm not. Maybe I can't see it as an observer. But anyway, we do know that the scout is here and has visibility, so we'll see if he can catch that. Interesting. Okay. Finally have a worker up in this hunter's city, this border hunter city. Getting some development now. It might be a good idea to build some early walls and maybe bring up a worker from the back. Of course, IceMatrix has no idea when Cliff could attack or when Cliff is interested in attacking, but he does have the access to build walls, and it could come in handy to have a wall in this city. And potentially in this city, this will be a tough choke point to break into. I suspect once the battle of this city concludes in either direction, we'll have a fierce battle over one of these choke points as each player tries to break into the other player's nation. Still no progress on extra libraries across the empire for IceMatrix, but we're going to hop back over to Greece and check in with them. We have 2 strong cities ready to go. A courthouse is being built in Rhegion. I'd like to see that stronghold getting set up so we can move towards citadels. And would like to keep an eye on whether he goes straight for the citadel on this turn. Oh, we'll have to. Sorry, I'm 1 turn behind. He will have to wait for sovereignty to tick off next turn. Still, we're hoping to see a stronghold here in Rhegion. He's putting granaries all around this lush territory. That's really great. So he's still being economic focused. He's still thinking about creating a very strong foundation for a future war machine, for, you know, when war breaks out or when he has to start focusing all of his orders on attacking and or defending himself. He won't have to worry about his economy because his economy will be so strong. He's going to get himself very close with farmers coming up here. I suspect this will probably build more farms. He's probably going to get himself very close to 100 income or more of every resource, and that's a pretty strong position to be in. You can kind of coast on that for quite some time. We have a barracks coming up. It looks like he is going for that perfect formation rather than just getting a stronghold out now, although he doesn't really need to worry about citadel timing in this city, so the formation is fine. Still hoping that he decides to build a stronghold with this worker. But, you know, a barracks wouldn't be the end of the world either. Let's see what he chooses. And it's a barracks. This is one of the things for myself. I prefer to just kind of get the things I need quickly. So I probably would have put a garrison here and then got the citadel right away. But I do understand the desire to maximize your adjacency bonuses. Nothing wrong with that, especially if you have the time. And it does seem like IceMatrix has the time. Forgive me, Cliff. I keep getting their names backwards for some reason. Be curious to see if he goes for a... Oh, interesting. He's gone for a minor here. This will collapse this border and give him a little bit more trading. We probably would have liked to see an officer, but more territory is always nice. He can build some more farms, can build some more quarries and mines all along this corridor, so that does make sense. And he's just keeping vigilant of this coastline. Oh, here we go. I'm so excited. Just in time. Here we are. All right. So it does seem like IceMatrix did choose to build another net, and he, had the time to do it. He got away with it. And this worker hasn't moved for a while, so I'd be curious. I really think that it's possible that IceMatrix does not know that there's a boat floating offshore. Earthquake in Nisibis. These are always annoying. Seem to have came from the capital, perhaps. Yeah, that's quite a range. And we'll see if the settler is ready to find a home this turn. It is ready to find a home this turn. Let's take a look at what we can expect. We have 2 hunter cities, 3 champions, and 1 cleric. So I suspect... I would like to see this be another hunter spot, but I would not be surprised if he goes for clerics because of the opinion issue, as well as the fact that we don't want them to get too far behind on city count. But your choke points are always best defended by champions or hunters cities, for sure. So the scout is now permanently invisible inside these Assyrian borders. This is because as long as a scout is invisible initially, currently it will no longer be revealed pretty much ever again. So that's a nice little advantage to Greece, still maintaining their control, their vision control in this area. Yep, and IceMatrix did opt for clerics in this position. Does make sense, although a bit unfortunate. We do have the Greeks dealing with their tribal invasion, cleaning it up pretty handily because of the spear. Two more turns on the first library of the game, and I believe the very first library of the tournament. Scholarship rushes are powerful, but they're quite risky in smaller arenas because your opponent can come kill you before you achieve the powerful tech. So it is interesting to see such level of development. We have lots of Odeons, we have theaters, we have a courthouse here, we have libraries coming online. So lots of interesting economic development for IceMatrix. Pretty solid city. 24 training in the Assyrian champion seat. And let's take a look at the Greek champion seat with 23 training. The Greek champion seat is the capital. So both champ seats, both powerhouses of production are relatively even with a slight edge towards Assyria at 24 training to 23 off of Greece. All right, Greece has the opportunity to take composite bow, scholarship, architecture, or doctrine. I would not be surprised. He has this flag, so I would not be surprised to have composite bow grabbed. And we do have our 8th law. If I were to guess, I would suggest this would be a tyranny grab in this moment because that's going to boost his training across his empire and set him up to start pumping out his unique unit. We have workers working. We don't have a spare worker this turn, which is a bit unfortunate. So that timing isn't being tweaked to perfection, but that's all right. He still has the momentum here. IceMatrix is still sitting on only 3 laws compared to Greece having access to 7. So that's a very, very dangerous position to be in. We do have a settler in Ephesus that's going to likely come up and settle this location. And this is a situation where, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about doing that. Because again, as I pointed out earlier, yes, it's an extra city, yes, it's extra points, and yes, it's an extra build queue, but also at the same time, it's just going to open you up to more raids from the north. This might be a city. I have 7 cities in this situation. They're all awesome. My economy is amazing. I have 7 laws. I might not bother to invest the time to get myself another city that might not really factor in to the game overall and could just open me up to some annoying harassment. Raids from the north won't be a big deal, but it's just something I don't think I'd want to even think about at this point. This area, however, can definitely get cleared out. And again, we do have epics activated, so it does make sense. We're going to go in for a route here. It does make sense to kind of clear this out and farm the culture. Lots of stuff to kill in this area. All right. Looking good for Greece. Okay, so we now have, we've moved up here. We'll probably get a Shrine of Hades in this location. Really, really great culture opportunities for Greece all across this map. We have these volcanoes. We have plenty of mountains. Would not be surprised to see Hades here, although he might not want to spend the training for it. And he did not. Back over to IceMatrix. Another worker in the freshly built city of Gaza. He had to retreat from this northern raid, but he's bringing up chariots. And we still don't know if he's aware of the ship. He can certainly see it, but, you know, maybe that's the real stealth tactic where Greek blue just blends in with the sea, so he might not even be aware that it's there. Another settler coming out of this city here, Carchemish. So it looks like he's going to attempt to expand to another location. I'd be curious which site he chooses. Still no war with the Numidians. No war with the Danes either. They're just raiding. Maybe he's thinking about that barbarian spot that he attempted to clear. All right, we have really solid development kicking on for this central city. We're going to have a second worker. I suspect he's going to go for this growth location, but it's just a very vulnerable location in general. It would be interesting to see if IceMatrix has the foresight to maybe put some forts in the region. This is a lot of flat land. Could expose him to some risk of routing or the risk of range attack. So forts along this region could be a smart play, or certainly back here. He will be able to expand to this. I would like to think, oh, he took the worker back without actually doing an action with it. So perhaps he's noticed the ship. And I'd really like to see, we know Cliff does not know, but we know that IceMatrix pretty much has no ranged unit. There's one slinger over here, but that's it. So I would really like to see this ship come up and do some pillaging. That could be really fun to see. Just kind of waste those orders that were invested into that improvement. See what he decides to do. Do you have a hoplite coming on? All right, so we have a barracks here, hoping we get a stronghold next. And a governor is dead. Oh, we have a leader. We have a new leader now. Take a look at what went down. So the child, the heir, finally grew up to be another scholar. Again, this, or maybe, I think this ruler was a scholar at some point. It was not initially a schemer, I don't believe. But either way, we do have another scholar on the throne. So between 7 wisdom scholar, 9 wisdom schemer, and a 6 wisdom scholar, we have just had a dynasty of really strong scientific control. Take a look at the science again one more time, and there is a dip. So again, they really kind of have been neck and neck, even though there was a bump here that kind of made it, and here that kind of made up for the prolonged lead that Greece started with, and now they're both dipped down to about mid 50 science rate at this stage. However, that scholar will be able to direct Cliff wherever he wants to go in the tech tree. 9 orders left, clearing this camp pretty successfully. Yes, it does indeed seem like these Numidians are kind of backing off from Cliff. Again, they're using the regular AI when they're organized units. You can see that down here, organized. So that's going to cause them to retreat and try to heal themselves and kind of fight a battle as if they were a regular nation. And with horses, they're going to see these spears and say, no thanks. All right. We have our ship outside of Nisibis with eyes on these nets. Very exciting times. I love a ship. We'd love to see it. They are not actually at war yet, which is interesting now that I think of it, because we had someone who was a schemer all game. So we missed an opportunity for some long-term orders there. We actually have, I have to say I love this. We have the Greeks building another boat. He now has 100% confidence that he has control of the seas if he wants it, because he's made his way down this whole path and did not encounter a boat. So, yeah, I'm not 100% opposed to putting a few more ships in the water, just because he does know that this is a massive choke point. So when we spoke about ships before, we were talking about the idea that you could use ships defensively to kind of flank your opponent as they attack you. However, Cliff could be making the brilliant call to realize that once he invades this area, if he has ships and a navy, he can completely bypass this choke point entirely, because he can just use the coastal movement. So I'm becoming more and more keen on this building of the biremes that we're seeing for Greece. That could end up becoming an incredibly clutch move. I'll be curious to see if IceMatrix decides to put a ship of his own into the ocean. So we'll definitely have to watch out for that this turn. We do have serfdom ready to be adopted, which will be a good boost for IceMatrix as well. And we're looking at events. Okay, so we can get some good boosts here. You can get Poet or Magic Practitioner. I like to spring for this if we can. And we have a dead Chancellor. I'm not sure if I've been seeing IceMatrix hold court consistently. Let's see if either of these are hold court events, but we'll have to keep an eye on that as well to see if IceMatrix is taking advantage. He's making 120 training per turn, so that's plenty of opportunity to keep spamming hold court. It's such a tremendously powerful ability. Let's take a look at how much he could get. He could get 160 civics every few turns, and that's just great. That would nearly double his current civic production just from using that ability. First library finished. I'll be curious if he opts to build the second one directly or if he's going to put the apprentice philosopher in there first and attempt to upgrade it. The judge is getting older. It's 58 years old. Intolerant is a bit of a bummer, but inspiring and affable is certainly not bad at all. Stats are pretty mediocre, but, you know, he's just had about 60 turns of an incredible schemer, so he can take a little bit of a stat hit. No real military movements. Still not kind of moving towards this camp, which is something that I would like to see. Of course, he is dealing with this raid, but still. With a settler coming down in 3 turns, you really want to see progress towards a camp, because basically my thinking there is you don't want to waste the build queue, right? Build queues are super precious, so building a settler only for it to sit around for another 5 or 10 turns basically just means that you could have built this 5 or 10 turns later, and you could have had another worker or another military unit or specialist in the time it took you to build a settler. So the kind of time frame of matching up site clearing towards settler building, I think, is pretty important. The clock is running down now. He does have 12 orders left. So a little bit of a struggle with the timer here, but thankfully we have swapped to tight, so we will have the opportunity to take his time. I do find it interesting that instead of composite bow or goodness gracious jurisprudence, which would be a bit of investment here, I'm surprised he's going for a free court scholar. I think the play here would have been one of these 2 texts. He could be thinking about cycling to something else that he wants more, but that's got to be that. Yeah, that's a 400 science cost scholar, and he has composite bow, which is also 400 science. That's, I think, is a bit of a misplay, which is unfortunate. All right. Wide military buildup across the land. We do have a new settler coming out here. It's assisted by this growth. 4 turns is absolutely not bad. So we're going to get 2 extra new cities on Greece, which is just going to be 9 cities to Assyria's 7. So we're going to maintain momentum there and dominance, really. Just as Assyria has caught up in city count to Greece, Greece will be settling another city, keeping that superiority. I'm really excited to see what could happen with these ships. Oh, and I want to come back and check to see. Interesting. Wow. So IceMatrix did not respond at all to the presence of a ship. Again, I would like to think he sees it. It'll be very fun to discover if IceMatrix has remained blind to the ship the entire time, but we do have a poet in Nisibis, so there is no effort currently to build a ship in response. So I think if Greece puts a second bireme in the water and gets it all the way down here before IceMatrix can build a single ship, that could be a serious problem for Assyria that could pretty much guarantee naval supremacy. Although some slingers or archers along the coast could certainly prevent Greece from hanging out in this spot indefinitely. Lots of military units, hoplites and spears and warriors coming online. We do have our 7th law. Let's take a peek. We have our stronghold being built here. Do we have our citadel being built? Yes, we do. And see, this is one of the cases where we are neglecting any sense of perfect legitimacy. We want to just see that citadel getting built ASAP. It doesn't really matter where you put it, just get it out. It, of course, is next to 1 barracks, but we want that built so we can start building our 8th strength unique unit. Still eyes on the middle, still eye. Oh, it looks like this scout has been bumped by the Syrian movement. Honestly, this is a better position for this scout. He's got better vision than where he was previously, so that's pretty lucky of Cliff. No decision yet to declare war or attempt to pillage these nets by Greece. I apologize if I seem overly fixated on just the actions of a single ship, but it is amusing and fascinating to me. Interesting that we're going for a master acolyte in the capital. I suppose it's because we don't have a citizen ready yet. Maybe we'll see a rush, but he doesn't really have the economy for it. He could sell some metal, but would like to see something like council or maybe a unit. He has very good military production in the capital as well. Let's take a look at overall training. Yeah, so it does seem like Assyria has the lead on overall training across the empire, which is pretty solid for them. That can come in handy once they come to blows, especially once Greece is coming at you with an 8 strength unit, because you're going to need to try and refresh as many of your troops as possible as often as you can. So being able to outproduce your opponent can save you from having a disadvantage. We are seeing a chopping spree. We like to see that. Definitely when you need a lot of wood and you have excess orders, you can just run your workers around chopping up as many woods as you see. He is not full clearing. I tend to like to full clear. That way it just gives me the most wood and I don't have to worry about coming back, spending the orders to come back. But I understand the idea of maybe hoping that the forest will regrow and you can cut them again at a later time. Another worker here. Let's take a look at the worker comparison. Let's see where we're at. We do know that Greece started, one of their very first laws was labor force. And so they've had an edge on workers. Let's take a look at the stat here. Greece is looking at 14 total because I'm factoring in the starting one and the free one for artisans, to 10 for Assyria, and again I'm factoring in the free worker there from starting. So a little bit of a worker advantage there. We have 2 more workers coming out for Assyria and 1 more worker, surprisingly. Oh wow, 2 more workers coming out for Greece. They did not settle the city this turn. That's interesting. All right, so Greece is still building some workers. So they'll keep that advantage going forward. Axemen coming online. Still no progress towards clearing a new camp for the settler, which is a bit unfortunate. I'd be curious, maybe Cliff thinks that IceMatrix doesn't know about the ship. I feel like that would be a bold thing to assume. But it would be interesting to see if he's not attacking just yet, just to not call attention to a boat that's right outside of the border. And maybe he's waiting for backup before he decides to pillage those nets. All right, we have some routing up here dealing with the tribal units. And with all of this cultures funneling nicely into this city down here, we're getting closer and closer to strong. Unsurprisingly, another Sage City that puts us at 3 Sages, 3 Artisans, and 2 Champions. The Scholar is going to boost science quite well across all of the archives in the Sage cities, so that's a nice combo there. When you have access to the Sage family, Scholar leaders become that much better. Aha, so this is a good example where I'm glad to see a stronghold here rather than another barracks. You can always put the barracks on this side, and this creates a similar format for this diamond as if you were to do barracks, and then stronghold. So I'm glad to see him get the stronghold out now so he can maybe start building his unique unit in another location. And let's not forget, he can build a hoplite and then bring the hoplite up to a place with a citadel and upgrade it. So even though this city won't be strong anytime soon, he can still technically use it to increase the number of phalangites he'll have access to in the game. And of course, with this hoplite being finished, he'll be able to upgrade it to a phalangite as well. Upgrading is a very, very powerful way to increase your military strength very quickly. And yes, we have a very strong military lead from Greece throughout the game, but Assyria is recognizing that they need to invest in their resources. Legitimacy is more or less the same. Let's look at improvements. We have 105 improvements for Greece compared to 75 for Syria. So that's going to come from that worker advantage that he was able to access early on, and overall just development efficiency. Do you have one more event here? What do we got? Culture in the cap if you want it, or a new luxury. I'd probably take culture in the capital, mostly because getting to legendary is great, and also because I'm up against Greece. So I'm thinking anything that boosts culture in the capital is a win for me. Let's take a comparison. In fact, surprisingly, much to my surprise, we have neither of our nations are close to legendary in the capital. However, if anyone's going to win that race, it will currently be Assyria, which could be a powerful advantage if he keeps leveraging the ability to get more and more culture in this city. And the reason for that, again, is we have, not only do we have the Colosseum and the Heliopolis, two of the most powerful wonders in the whole game in this match right now, we have 4 other legendary wonders. So the first person to legendary will get a huge piece of this victory point pie, as well as all of the bonuses that come with having those wonders. It is interesting to see that IceMatrix is currently winning the culture race. Interesting. We have a colonies use. That surprises me, but it's interesting to see. I don't hate it. So we have early colonies grab. He doesn't really have the gold. Yeah. He doesn't really have the gold to purchase too many tiles here, so I do think grabbing colonies is an interesting play. But, I mean, collapsing this river would make sense, because that would ease his movement through the central kind of corridor of his empire, or maybe kind of collapsing along this coastal border here. Get that coastal movement. If he had a ship, that's something we could see too. A colonies play here, purchasing tiles along the coast, could be incredibly fascinating. Greece can certainly support tile buying. That could be interesting. Yes, indeed, we do have a lot of legendary wonders in the game, and the museum is also in the game, as pointed out by chat. That could be incredibly powerful. The Chthon would actually be a very, very fun grab for Greece. They do have a strong city on the coast, and And Greece already has one bireme in the water and a second one to defend the Chthon. So I actually think it would be really entertaining to see Greece grab the Chthon as well. That would just, I don't know, it would probably not amount to much total in the grand scheme of the game, but it would be very amusing to see nonetheless. We have a hamlet being built. Looks like we're yes. So, okay, so he's going to expand this border, which does make sense, and then that will help him create a continued urban district kind of flowing out into this plain here, because as we can see, he's running a little bit out of territory down here to build more buildings. So this is a pretty solid use of building your hamlets to kind of create a way out of a bottleneck that you've created when you've built all of these kind of rural resources. We still have our wandering Numidian. We have an axeman in the border city. We'd like to see that. I really would like to see more ranged units coming from IceMatrix. He does have Hunter's City. There's really no reason in my mind why this shouldn't be a slinger. It will come out 2 turns quicker, so overall momentum of unit building would be faster if he was building slingers. He'll get that sentinel bonus, and we know that composite bow is nearby. It will be going back into the discard pile soon. However, by building slingers, he does have plenty of wood. He'll have the opportunity to be able to upgrade into archers eventually, and you're going to want to have sentinel archers when it comes to defending your empire. So it's a bit of a bummer to see so much melee on a nation that has access to hunters. Feels like we're missing out on an opportunity here. And I love to see it, really. This is the type of play, I'm going to call it out again, but chopping spree, if you are new to the game or it's not something that you think about, really just sending a worker off into the distance and just clearing some woods is honestly a really great use of orders, especially when you're getting really good orders per turn. I like to do this all the time. Again, personally, I just full clear. I don't bother with the respawn thing, because the other thinking here is if I full clear this and nothing grows back, well, then I'm going to take my worker back to wherever the heck it came from, right? So I'm not going to really want to have to come all the way back out here and spend the orders to chop again. So if it were me, both IceMatrix did the same thing over here. Both of these are good, strong plays, but I think with a big bushel of forest right here, what I would have done is I'd just start full clearing the whole way. Just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, clear it all. And then send the worker back home. We do have our ruler finally reaching old age. We have some dissent showing up. And some happy pagans, potentially, if he takes the legit hit. Be curious to see what he chooses here. We'll keep an eye on it. He did take the legit hit. That's fine. Still no action from the boat down here. And we do have a free build queue, so I will be curious if he chooses to build, if IceMatrix is going to try and take an opportunity to build a boat. But he is running out of time, because in 3 turns, it will be a second boat in the water for Greece. We do have a settler built here, but no place for it to go, unfortunately. Oh, you know what? Forgive me. I think what we are currently muted. So if we like music, I want to make sure it's not too high. So if that music is too low, or you want the music or sound effects turned back off, just let me know. Or if you want it turned up, let me know. But I tend to play the game muted because I'm deaf and noises annoy me. Still more chopping. Crewing up that. Oh, we have a treasury. All right, so no units. A master poet. See, this is a bit unfortunate in this situation. This is highly unfortunate to me. We have a master poet in... Oh, that's a theater, so never mind. No, that's an Odeon, yeah. Okay, so we have a master poet coming in an Odeon, and he is a judge. So he could just be coming over here with this worker to upgrade this tile, and he'd instantly get a master poet. He wouldn't need to wait the 8 turns. Just have a master poet right now. So that is highly unfortunate. He is running hold court, which is good, but he's not taking advantage of the second very decent ability of the judge, which probably goes underutilized by a lot of different players. So I'm not too surprised to see it getting missed here, but it is unfortunate. Moving up his units. Probably going to try... Oh, we already got a garrison out here right away. So that... I like that as... Oh, that must have been an event, because there's no way anyone could have built that. So never mind. But still, good. That's good luck for him. We do have a huge swath of open territory up in the northern part of the map. This is in contrast to other maps we've seen in the tournament so far. Lots of wide open space. Much of it which will very likely not factor into this map, but it's still cool and interesting to see. I like the variety of maps that we've seen in the tournament so far. If I recall correctly, there's 29 sites total on this map. Each player's corridor that they have behind these mountains, including these sites that they haven't claimed, is about 8 or 9 sites, I believe. 2, 4, 6, yep, 8, and then 9, and then there's this center one here. So Greece is about to have all 9 of his immediate sites settled once next turn. In fact, let's go check that out. See if he goes... Oh no, it'll be the turn after this one. 3 turns on our citadel. 3 turns on another hoplite. We have a hoplite right now. We have the option to build a hoplite here. I'll be curious if he builds this one. This will be out in 5 turns. I am curious. This is another situation where we want to see a stronghold getting... a citadel getting built as soon as possible in this city. But we will have an opportunity to have 2 upgraded 8 strength units in just 3 turns. This match is going to go about 2 hours today. IceMatrix only has about 2.5 hours to play. So we're already looking at an hour and a half of streamed time currently. So we have about an hour left on this match. I suspect this one will go to a part 3, which is just fine. If you need to schedule multiple games to finish your tournament match, that is more than okay. We do have walls being built here. That does make sense. But I do find it interesting because that signals to me that Cliff aggression level might not be that high, because he does have a strength advantage. He does have vision here enough to know that this city is undefended. And, well, he might not want to attack now because he could be waiting for this leverage of the 8 strength unit. I do find it interesting that he doesn't seem to be building more military units everywhere to just kind of keep the pressure on. I would have liked to see a hoplite here as well, or maybe even an archer since we have access to those. We do get the civics boost coming up with Greece, so that will create opportunities to rush units. I'd like to see him perhaps rush a couple of phalangites out when he has the opportunity to do that as well. Still no progress on this boat front. What are you doing? But I'm now more confident that IceMatrix is aware of the ship. Otherwise, I feel like that worker would have started building this net. So maybe he doesn't want to put a worker on the water for fear of Cliff deciding to attack it. All right, we're going for more specialists. We have 26 training in the champion seat, the ability to build units in 3 turns or less, and we are unfortunately focusing on specialists in this city. If we look at the science breakdown, well, we actually have 82 science, so this will probably get updated next turn, actually. This seems like it's going to jump up. Was that the correct stat? No, I don't think I was. Yeah, no, it was. Interesting. Yeah, so this will get updated next turn. We're going to have a spike from IceMatrix side. He'll regain the advantage. Of course, he doesn't know that he has a science advantage, but still, I'd like to be seeing more military units being built. Because the one thing he can tell that he's competent. He's keeping pace with Greece, but he knows that Greece has been stronger for the entire game. And he should be able to tell that he has 7 laws, and this, frankly, would scare the crap out of me, with me only having 4 laws myself. So I would be thinking about military at this point. All right, we have some generals being assigned, and movement towards the barbarian camp. Interesting that we're not choosing to take out the Numidians. Seems content to be at truce with them, although that will inevitably create a new raid at some point. Hopping back over to Greece. We did end up with intelligent. That's where the science spike came from for IceMatrix. We got intelligent on the ruler. That's a really good grab, so good luck to him on that. Scholar for Greece is still frugal and righteous, which is also a pretty decent combo. One more turn for our second ship in the water. Would really love to see. Let's see if you can afford it. Just for giggles, I would love to see. We also have. Oh, did I miss a wonder being built? All right. All right, all right, all right. We do have a nice, interesting development here. I'm going to hop on over to IceMatrix for now. We have the museum being built right up here in the capital. That's a really nice grab for IceMatrix. It's still going to take 16 years to finish. He came in with an off-type worker to take care of it, but he was aware that he was able to build it, and it was still on the table, and he took advantage of that. So that's good for him. Hopefully it'll be able to pay off. We do have lots of access to naval wonders in the game. We have the Lighthouse, the Colossus, and the Chthon. The Colossus would actually be a very good grab. You get that 1 extra level for all your units. That will include land units. So with this boat supremacy on Greece, I'd like to see something like grabbing the Colossus perhaps, or again, just for laughs, maybe the Chthon. All right, we are cleared up. Seems like we're electing not to force march this settler to settle this turn. That's generally my preference, especially when I'm sitting on 2,000 training and I have plenty of orders to work with each turn. And we're continuing our chopping spree down near Pergamon. We do have Assyrian scouts in the region. I think this is new. I haven't seen this in quite a while, so Assyria finally has better eyes in the center of the map, which is good for IceMatrix. Building a shrine, interestingly enough. Expanding borders. Gonna build some road, gonna provide some urban defense. But also gonna be a little wary of that spreading of the urban when you're facing Assyria, because they do have siege towers, so anything standing in an urban tile is gonna have a very, very bad day. Still no development on the coast. All right, this raid is finally cleared up. We're going to have to go back to this barbarian camp, and it seems like quite a few units have spawned again, so it's going to take time to clear that. We do have the settler coming up, but it'll be a few more turns before we can access this site, and yeah, kind of staying behind in momentum. Chopping sprees on Scrub. Oh, that was the road. Sorry, that's not a chopping spree. He did chop the tile, though. That could have been a misclick. Scrub is something that you definitely want to full clear. Yeah, the boat. It would be nice to see some action from the boat. Alas, I think he's waiting for his friend, who will be coming next turn, so perhaps we will see that. And let's see if Greece has access to any heroes in his kingdom. I must assume he does. Yep, he has several hero generals. So one thing he could do is he could put heroes on these boats, come and pillage, and then if he suffers any ranged attacks damage, he can always come back out deeper into the coast, heal up, and then just keep harassing. That's another reason why I'd love to see IceMatrix kind of pivot to some Sentinel Slingers at this point, because if we assume that IceMatrix is aware there's a boat staring at him, you're going to want ranged units somewhere along the coast to at least retaliate in some way. That way you're not open to completely unobstructed harass. All right, this city should be getting settled this turn. One more turn on the Citadel. I'll be very curious if he goes for the instant upgrade. That's certainly what I would like to see. I'd then also be curious where he goes from there. I'm going to take a quick peek at the military score. He's not getting into the territory where he's much stronger yet. He could try to be waiting for that level of an advantage. And Assyria, of course, is building up, still slightly behind. With all of these spears, I'd be curious to see if Cliff decides to keep clearing. All right, and we have a champion seat allowing him to have 3, 3, and 3 of each family. And yes, you do get resources when you pillage an improvement. All right, these spears seem to be backing off, so it doesn't seem like he has any interest in pressing further up the river. That I can understand. You probably will want to keep some spears in this region just to protect yourself from a raid. I feel like this camp would actually target this city, so maybe just one spear. This is a pretty well promoted spear, so maybe just one spear in this region would be enough to defend from potential raids from that site. Again, I might even clear it, just not even to settle it, clear it, pop a scout or a militia or something useless on it, and then just forget about the northern part of the territory. Our second ship is finished. We'd like to see if he moved it. He's using his orders for something else right now, so it doesn't seem like he's focused on moving the boat. But 2 ships headed towards Assyria could be fun. Another hoplite. This is great. This is what we want to see because, again, we'll be able to upgrade once that's finished. We do have machinery now for Greece. That's going to give lots of leverage to his war machine. And the unfortunate thing is, while IceMatrix's science has increased substantially, not much of that is actually coming from scholarship, right? So we have the library. The library here is only contributing 3.6 extra science. He's yet to add an apprentice into it. He has yet to add a academy onto the map. So he's really not getting much from that advantage here. Meanwhile, we have Greece on the other side, who already has machinery, who already has 7 laws, so he already has composite bow as well, right? So Greece is filled with these military advantages from this side. He doesn't have machinery yet, but he's working on it, right? So he has 7 laws, he has composite, and so this technology isn't providing much more advantage than the fact that Greece is going to be able to start building siege unit in 6 turns. Aristocracy is in 1 turn, but we're not going for it. We're going for forestry. We're going up the center of the tree. Would like to see an aristocracy grab. Would like to see a sovereignty grab. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would get us 6 laws. Yeah, we're 3 laws behind us on forestry, and it would get us more science because we have 3 culture levels in the capital. So we have the ability to get aristocracy in 1 turn. That's the grab I would like to see here. I do understand he does need to get his lumber mills online at some point, but there's not really a lot of great opportunities for that. So I think aristocracy would be the play. Making good progress on the camp now, though. We are thankfully building an apprentice philosopher in here. That'll be a nice science boost. So we will probably be looking at Assyria reaching into the 100 science per turn territory pretty shortly, while Greece plateaus around 60, and we're looking at hoplites. Interesting and unfortunate, in my opinion, to rush a hoplite. He's probably going to go straight for an upgrade, but I'd like to see those civics getting spent on phalangites directly instead of hoplites. But he is making 100 civics per turn, so that's plenty of income to start rushing phalangites. Let's see what he chooses to do. We have 5-turn phalangites in the capital right here. That's just so great. I would like to see a few upgrades and maybe just rush this phalangite right now. All right, yep, we do have a spear in the region up here for defense. That's good. And we're continuing these chopping sprees, and this is just really, really great to see, because what the main benefit of this is, we're looking, he has strong economy, so he probably doesn't necessarily need to do this. He could be spending gold, dumping gold into the production of hoplites, but he's gonna need that 50 wood for, oh, here we go, for these upgrades and for this production. And so that's the motivation behind spending the last few turns investing your orders in a large buildup of wood. Again, I would like to be seeing full clear of these forests, and the reason for that is because if the game's going to end off of this push, you don't really need to worry about these forests growing back. You could just start chopping them all, you know? If this game ends in the next 40 turns or 30 turns, well then you didn't need to. This is all extra wood you could have. But this is really great to see. Nonetheless, the chopping sprees are fun. What do we have here? We have a range now. Also, we're going to need that lumber for that as well. So another reason why to really stockpile that lumber. Oh, nice. We have another upgrade here. I missed the fact that there already was a citadel in this location as well. So he did rush the hoplite here and then sent it right across the border for the upgrade here. So that gives him 3 hoplites. We really want to see a rush coming out from the capital if we can. He'll have to pay for the wood, but he can afford it. All right, that's in the queue. We'll see if he goes for the rush. And the reason why you definitely want to do that in this situation, it's 5 civics, right? So it's basically the same level of production time. You know, in 5 turns, Sorry, it's 500 civics. You're making 100 civics per turn, so in 5 turns, you could rush this, right? Well, basically, you're able to build this in 1 turn rather than building in 5. So, even rushing with civics can very much be worth it. Alright, let's hop back over to IceMatrix, who, by my estimation, is now on the clock. We have still stronger. This should update next turn, I believe, although I forget who is player 1. I believe it's IceMatrix, so it should be updated now, I believe. Yeah, so that should be the power spike that we see from upgrading those phalangites. And now we're getting close to that territory where Greece will soon be much stronger. Lots of economic development across Assyria. We might run into a situation where they are just not ready for an assault against their nation. They might be becoming over-fixated on their economic development. They could see things like the city count 9 cities. They could see things. They could be under the impression that they're behind economically, and in some ways that they are. So it does make sense that they would be doing all of this development, but their build queues, it's very difficult to conjure an army out of thin air unless your economy is set up for it. So one of the benefits of building units when you can is that you have them when you need them, which obviously goes without saying. However, could be in a tough spot when you have only 1 city in your 7-nation empire building a unit. All right, we do have some economic development, though, in Greece. I'd like to see more hoplites here, but maybe he doesn't want to spend the money for it. We do end up having a raid up here. Good thing is he does have the spears in the region, so they'll make quick work of those 2 units. All right, a little bit of foray out into the wilderness here, this frontier, to clear the wandering Numidian. And this does grant Greece a little bit of vision. One thing I would love to see in this situation, I'd love to see Greece kind of just do a quick once around, maybe use force march. He has the orders to do it. Just take a force march and do a quick once around to get a sense of what is even in this region, because I'm not sure that Greece is aware, or in fact, they must be aware of the fact, must not be aware of the fact that they could very easily take the city if they want to. They could be deciding not to do that because attacking Assyria now would certainly put Assyria in build-up mode. So probably better for Greece to get even more of an advantage before deciding to go in. Gonna keep an eye on this build queue. Gonna see if he decides to build a ship at all. Although now he doesn't know that there... He might be avoiding ships simply because he could assume if he has 1 boat in the ocean... I suppose if I was Assyria, I would assume that Greece has more than 1 boat in the ocean, in which case I might think there's now no point in me even bothering to build ships. Indeed, you can always put a few turns of production into a build queue before choosing to rush it. It depends on your overall goal and situation in the game. There is a, it is about 50%. I don't have the exact numbers off of the top of my head, but yes, rushing is tied to the amount of production invested. However, you basically do not want to rush a unit if it's more than 50% of the way complete, unless obviously it's going to take a million years to build, because then at that point you're effectively wasting it. Now, that's one of the things where it becomes a catch-22. If the production is going to take so long, even at 50% anyway, then you might as well just rush the whole thing from the beginning in the first place. So it depends on, again, it depends on all of the types of distant situations, like what currency that you're using. Eventually, when you use orthodoxy to rush, we obviously have a finite number of orders and we have a finite number of citizens. So if you're using orthodoxy or volunteers, then you will eventually be forced to invest production to keep the rush engine going. But there's a weird thing where it's like, if he's putting in the 2 production here to bring it to 50% and then hitting the rush button, it's like, yes, he saves production. However, how much more efficient is that in the long term than just slamming this button constantly, right? And not not delaying. But of course, it always depends on what your income is and what you're spending your civics on and all that fun, good stuff. Okay, so I'm just deeply disappointed at this point, and I am saying this explicitly for the benefit of IceMatrix. If he captures this stream, you have another situation where he's building the upgrade specialist. He has a judge. Come on, buddy. You have to upgrade. You have to use your upgrade ability. You just bring a worker over here, upgrade it up, and it's just going to be an instant specialist. And then you'd be able to build the library. So we're disappointed that we don't have library built. We don't have an academy built. That's just a bummer. 97 science, though. Can't complain about that. Captain Jack, the algorithm from No Legs, I believe, is still accurate. By the way, that is the information that I was talking about when I just went on my little spiel just now. So I believe it's still up to date. And if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, feel free to hop on Discord. Lots of incredible information, and you can always ask questions about anything that was brought up in one of these streams. If anybody mentions something, myself or one of the other hosts, about content that you don't know what we're talking about, hop onto Discord. Feel free to ask questions, and we can point you in the direction of all sorts of fun and juicy information about this game. Tips, tricks, how to play, strategies, all that good stuff. Min-max stuff, if that's what you want to do, etc. All right. So we are dealing with these raids. We do have war with the Scythians now off of Greece. I would not be surprised if he clears this out. Again, I would be curious if he opts to settle it. Interesting, going back for a heal. Oh, well, I mean, I guess since we're at war, he doesn't want to risk that spear. He can come up here with that. Yeah, there we go. And we're slowly creeping up the culture path. Nice to see that even the kills in this area are still going to this city. And are we chopping? Oh, we're building a lumber mill. That does make sense because you're going to want to get some of that upkeep paid for. We do have some river tiles here, so hopefully we'll see this guy start building along the river. And the other good thing is there's a camp here, so let's not forget that camps increase lumber mill output as well. So you always want to build lumber mills around camps as well, in case you've missed that. Like this, for example, wouldn't be the worst spot to have a couple of lumber mills. But if it were me, I'd probably chop most of this, to be honest. I clear cut a lot of stuff when I play. My thing is, I just want the wood now. I do care about things like upkeep, but I clear cut a lot. We don't want to be seeing treasuries at the moment. We have such good income. I really think we're at a stage where you have your strength unit, you lean into it. You know, once you get an advantage, once you get a decisive advantage, and don't forget, Cliff can see that IceMatrix has 4 laws. So if you find yourself in a similar position, especially if you're going to play this tournament where you have 7 laws and your opponent has 4, it's time to step on the gas. Time to step on the gas. But at the same time, perhaps Greece doesn't really have anything to lose. You know, if they're ahead enough now, they could be thinking, well, you know, I'm going to press my advantage. What they don't know, however, is their 72 science is now being outmatched by 100 science. And that is why you want to leverage an advantage early when you have it, because that 100 science per turn, that 30 science lead, could actually allow IceMatrix to claw ahead in terms of his advantage. Indeed. Alcaris says, if you're ahead, get more ahead. And my instinctual response was, or if you're ahead, just win. To which Alcaris also added the addendum, if you're ahead, get more ahead only works until your opponent catches up. Yeah, so ultimately, if you are ahead, I think you should just go for the win. But there are multiple different ways to win this game. The point total is high in the tournament, so this ultimately will force conflicts in most games. You just don't want to get your opponent into a situation where they can entrench themselves. So if I was Greece, again, I brought this up already, I would be scouting this region, because I also want to see, I probably would leave this one here, but I would force march scout this region, hide up in these woods, get a sense, does my opponent have onagers? Are they setting up onagers? What does their defense look like? Because with this layout, there's really no reason not to come in here. Look at this phalangite, right? Look at the damage you could do. That's only 5 on that axeman, but that could get even higher once we're next to the adjacent bonus. This isn't a phalangite without adjacency bonus, so that could probably hop up to about 7. I'm actually surprised. We have fierce. I mean, obviously I know it's an axe, so it's strong against spears, but still. Anyway, we will have siege soon, so onagers will definitely make attacking more attractive. IceMatrix, let's take a look. IceMatrix he has access to battle line. He does have access to battle line. He not prioritizing machinery, unfortunately. He just got forestry, so we'll see what he chooses next. He's on portcullis now, which isn't necessarily the worst. He'll get a free onager from that, which will certainly come in handy if he becomes attacked soon. But we definitely want to see him kind of coming up this way. Hydraulics will certainly help on the defensive. And this is another thing that you don't want to happen, right? If you get your 7 laws, especially if it's a melee unit like the phalangite, well, you don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to get to ballistas, because then your unique unit advantage is just going to get tossed out of the window. A ballista is going to shred even phalangites. But we are building more, which is nice to see. And where are they headed? They look like they're making their way to the front, which is also nice to see. Still no movement on the ship. Still no aggression here. One thing I think this would be fun to do too, in addition to pillaging, oh, we have a boat! Bold move. We do have a boat coming out from IceMatrix, so he did decide to put a boat into the ocean. That will be a bad thing if Greece does decide to send a friend down river. However, this ship hasn't moved for quite some time, so I'm not sure that seems like a priority to Greece. Does look like they'll be clearing this camp next turn, which is good. That'll save themselves from raids, and he's going for another settle. So let's do some quick math here. Greece has 9 cities already. They could get 10, 11, 12, 13, and I assume, given their tempo, they could just keep expanding. So I'm going to go ahead and add in 14 just for the sake of it. You get 14 cities. If every single one of their cities, because they are Greece, got up to strong culture, that would take some time. That would be 45 points. If you add in a bunch of wonders, you could get another 10-ish points off of that. They could get close to the victory total just from rapid expansion. Well, not rapid, it's turn 73, but just from continuing to claim the map unopposed from IceMatrix. Might not be the most climactic or aggressive finish, however, that would go back to the idea of, hey, well, if you're ahead, then just keep getting more ahead. Because certainly IceMatrix would have a harder time attacking into Greece, I think. So if Greece just keeps expanding, I don't think there's much response that IceMatrix would have. Opulence indeed, yes. So if you add in another opulence point, that would definitely take some time and investment, but you could get another 14 points across every single city if you had the foresight to add in opulence to every city, and that would push you into the win if you combine that with a few wonders. So certainly between securing this valley, he does not seem to be, although if he sends his troop north, maybe he could do that. He doesn't seem to be overly prioritizing that, because I feel like if that was his play, I would probably send one of these phalangites or two up into this region, right, to just kind of just get this done quickly. However, yes, if he expanded further and took more sites, opulence and culture off of being Greece would certainly give him the ability to get all the points we need. All right, so we have our city up here. Obviously, that was built a few turns ago. Playing catch up a little bit, but we have more progress clearing the Danes from IceMatrix, more expansion. Just one axeman, a boat, another axeman. Okay, so this is good to see. So axemen from the champion cities, not too bad. We still want to see slingers coming out. It's devastating that IceMatrix doesn't have any range units. Let's take a look. He has 2 range units, 2 slingers. That's a bummer. Now, if we look at Greece, however, I'm pretty sure Greece also doesn't have a lot of range units. He has 1. Right, so this is a very melee-heavy map. Soon, Greece is going to have onagers, and then maybe ballistas. But when you're going to be trying to get through a choke point like this, not having range units, or even when you're trying to defend a choke point like this, not having range units is going to be a real drag. All right, more clearing. This site should go down in just a couple of turns. Yep, these horses are going to take it out. Yep, so probably 2 or 3 more turns. But now the Numidians are back. See, this is why I would have cleared this site if I were IceMatrix sooner, because there was a moment where there were no units here. This camp was completely free. I would have just knocked it out, and he could have been settled here by now. So that's a bit unfortunate, and now he has all these units to deal with. But he does have spears, so, you know, it won't be the hardest thing to deal with. Seems like we got some rebels here, very likely from an event that I missed, but That's fine. We do have a phalangite to do 11 damage to these units. Excuse me. Five turns on a bireme. Building a third scout. I don't hate that idea. Probably build it over here where you have the good growth. 3 turns. But not bad. Extra vision is always good. One thing I would like to be seeing from IceMatrix actually on that note is he's getting portcullis next turn. So we'd like to see this scout make a really strong movement into the middle. I'm not sure how far it would be able to force march, but there is a path through here. If they could get up into Region, that would be a really good grab to kind of force march. He would have to declare war, but to force march just to create an agent network right here and give himself solid vision of what's happening in Greece. This would be, I believe, our first portcullis of the tournament as well. So we're getting lots of these later game technologies equalized on both sides. So that's really going to open up the gameplay potential for each player. So I'm hoping that IceMatrix doesn't forget about the fact that he has portcullis and can do agent networks. One thing he will be able to do, which we can keep an eye on, is reveal all of Greece's territory. So that will be super handy as well. Take a peek down here. Nothing's happening. That's funny. 3 turns to machinery, though. One more phalangite coming up. We have that. Range online. He has enough food that he could bulldoze this farm and put a new range here. That's probably something you'd like to see in this situation. Alright, and we've cleared this site up here. This actually isn't a bad site. Plenty of marble in the region. All of his families have 3. Let's look at his opinions. His opinion's solid. Has 3 cities in it so far. So I'd probably toss sages up here. Make use of those quarries. Or maybe I might even just do... Honestly, I might even just stick to artisans. You're going to get that extra citizen from having the same type unit. And I already have same type workers in the region. So while sages would make sense, just for the sake of efficiency, I'd probably just make that artisans and just send these workers up there to improve the territory straight away. And then I could have this city build an extra worker if I want to. Cascading the way you settle your cities can certainly help. All right, let's take a look back at the Greece. And when I look at Greece, we'll look at their family situation as well. So we have 2 pagan faiths that are very happy because they have the state religion. And while Zorro isn't the happiest, the clerics still like them, which is good. No progress, no further progress on Judaism, even though all we need is 1 extra rancher to pull that off. But it's not really a factor in this game. We don't have monasticism, which is a bit unfortunate. We do have the opportunity to get battle line now. And we're going... Oh, my goodness. This is unfortunate. Although with 100 science, maybe you have the time, but I'd like to see composite bow land in Assyria's hand. I mean, be researched. It is available. This is the 2nd time we have IceMatrix passing up composite bow. And let's not forget my personal favorite bonus card, the free ballista, is on the composite bow technology, and that would also come in handy in the event that IceMatrix ends up in a defensive situation. That is 1 bonus card that I think would make sense to grab, but he's just pushing it further and further away by not grabbing composite bow. And again, he has high training output, so that composite bow grab could be used to be making progress on ranges throughout the Empire. Bit unfortunate. He's making decent economic progress, though. We do have 130 stone per turn here. It's definitely not quite up to par with Greece. Let's take a look at their resource output on the graph. So, huge difference in money production, more or less even throughout, with some ups and downs. But at this stage, Greece has just soared past Assyria. And I believe most of that isn't even from characters. If we take a look here, he doesn't have an overly disciplined ruler. And if we get back to that graph, then we'll have food. Yep, Greece has held a lead in food for most of the game, a lead in iron throughout the game, and a lead in stone throughout most of the game as well. And then, of course, nobody really has wood production yet. Yeah, I'd like to be seeing composite bow. I'd like to be seeing pushes for things like maybe he's thinking he wants land consolidation. So maybe he's trying to do things like cycle to get land consolidation quickly. I'm not sure why, though. I don't see a lot of groves. I don't see any groves. Well, there's one. Two, I guess. Is he still in colonies? He's still in colonies. Unfortunate. Losing 5 orders per turn by not being in colonies, and he doesn't really have the economy to make use of colonies. I think with having colonies in this situation, I would try to collapse this river just for the movement, and I think I'd call it a day. Yeah, I think I'd call it there and just swap into serfdom. All right, back to Greece. We do have vision. We now can see axes. Actually, one quick check. I want to see if he assigns a spy master, IceMatrix. No spy master this turn. We do have good options. A 7, an 11. Let's see how much he's adding into this governor. Oh, he's intelligent. We don't want to take an intelligent guy out of the city, I don't believe. Wait, where is he? Till Barsip. Oh, no, yeah, you definitely want to make that swap. Or you want to put him in here. Yeah, so that governor, that gentleman up in Tilbarsip needs to move. He needs a promotion. Interesting. What about down here? Anybody good down here? Not really. The ruler. 4 science here versus 9 science. You could have even more science right now. He could have about an extra... This would be 17 over here. -5. He could get himself an extra 20-ish science pretty easily by shifting his governors and stuff around and adding in a spy master. At least 20 science, I would say. Oh, man, sorry. Struggling to get to the other opponent. All right, dealing with these rebels. Building our hoplites. Killing our... Yeah, that rebel's fully killed now. Still interesting, no progress on wonders for Greece because he has plenty of civics. He has plenty of economy. I'd really like to see a wonder build up if we're still going to play this economic game, or I'd like to just see rushed out phalangites. It's a little bit disappointing that this city does not have its citadel, but this is a good example. This city does have a citadel. It would take 13 turns to build a phalangite. This is the city where you should be rushing just instantly. No training investment whatsoever, because you could basically build a phalangite every 5 to 6 turns off of rushing this with your civics production. That's what I would be doing. I would like to see more military buildup. But, of course, you know, Greece is in a very strong position. It's not like they're certainly having a bad game. They're doing just fine. And they could be thinking about saving their civic rushing potential for onagers. Certainly not bad to pad your military with extra siege potential. I do find this road interesting. I don't hate it. Certainly does allow for flexibility. But it's definitely more defensive than aggressive, I think. I really would like to see more scouting because I think Cliff could become more aware of the dominance that he has in this map. Like, he could come up and clear and settle this if he wanted to. He could keep going north if he wanted to. He could attack if he wanted to. He has lots of options. He could build wonders. You know, he can just start spamming wonders if he wants to. He has so many great options in his current game state. But I'm not 100% sure how aware of them he is. And I think scouting, I think a really strong push to kind of take a glance around Assyria's empire would give him that knowledge. Let's take a look at the power. Greece is still only stronger, hasn't hit much stronger yet. Oh man, this is so depressing. This master philosopher. And see, this is one of the things. So you think about it with like the upgrade here, right? In the time it's taking him to build this master philosopher, he could get 3 units. He could have 3 military units in the time that it's taking this build queue to build 1 specialist. That's just 1 specialist that he could have had when his judge was on the throne. He is now a scholar. Oh, and another tribal invasion. So hopefully he takes that. No reason taking the hostile garrison. He has spears. Ooh, and Zenobia has shown up. Zenobia is absolutely boosted. So I hope he takes her too. You don't really need the build queue in this location. It's not really the most amazing city. So I would absolutely take Zenobia. She has the ability to become a rising star, which just makes... it gives her the most insane stats once she becomes a rising star, and then God forbid you get her at the Grand Vizier and she's just boosted. Let's see if he took her. I really hope he did. She's just so good. No. Oh no, he did. Apparently she doesn't come in as a courtier? Interesting. I thought she was a courtier. Well, great. So fantastic. So we have Zenobia on the board. Hopefully she will go through her little story arc and become a rising star. She usually does. So we have that to look forward to. And then obviously, even if she doesn't become Grand Vizier, once she becomes a rising star, so she has like 5 of everything. You send her to the capital or send her to a really, really good city, and she's just an insane governor. She's one of my favorite characters in the game. All right. What else are we looking at? We have a new settler coming online. That, I suppose, makes sense. Again, I probably wouldn't do in this location because you could get another settler from down... Oh, well, maybe that's not a good spot. Well, the site's not cleared, so you could still pick a different spot. And then you could just get more units. I'm feeling a little nervous for IceMatrix by how little military he has. He's still not aware yet that Greece does have the potential to become much stronger than him. But now we have Elder Acolytes coming. All right, let's hop over to Greece and take a look. All right, so this Road network is almost finished. Oh, interesting. Somebody has missed a road here. I don't think he's spotted that yet. Let's do a quick check of our... This is going to be fun, because we know this is going to come out on IceMatrix turn. So I'll be very curious if IceMatrix immediately goes for the hit. Because if he does, at the very least, what we should be seeing here is a fortification. That will allow this ship to counterattack. That will allow... I would fortify this ship, and then I would have upgraded it to Seaborne, because that would allow the counterattack and make it harder for IceMatrix to even dislodge this ship. All right, we have some progress coming up here. Raids. Cliff can't see it, so I'm sure he'll keep moving forward to clear. And then the other slightly depressing thing is that IceMatrix really doesn't have any vision. We don't have infiltration on the Spymaster yet. So I think one of the things that we'll see in these early tournaments, in these early games, in this early stage of multiplayer, people getting acquainted with multiplayer, is the lesson, the crucial lesson of how important it is to have vision on the map. Getting an understanding of what your opponent is up to is just a really, really big deal. I do like that this spear is just hanging out here, because you have this sense that there's a camp up here. Again, Cliff won't know for sure, but if a raid comes from up here, he'll be prepared to deal with that with a spear, which is nice. All right, we're looking at the 2 hour and 20-minute mark, so I would not be surprised if IceMatrix were to say that he's going to have to call it quits soon, or take a break rather, not call it quits. We do have some phalangites moving up. It would be nice to see if we could get an opening salvo to kind of close out this part. Nothing wrong with building up more. However, a little bit of bloodshed is always exciting to see. And this scouting situation goes both ways, you know. I've said it more than once, but the idea that Cliff could kind of get a better sense of what this area even looks like to inform whether he should just come in here like a hammer and take this thing. You know, both of these kind of pieces of information rely on scouting, but we still have some better vision because, you know, Cliff does know that he controls the ocean for now, and he does have this pretty solid location on this scout. One more turn on machinery, though. So we'll be getting onager capabilities next turn. Interesting to see some investment in officers here. This is another situation where I would just be taking my civics income and rushing more units out. But this obviously is good investment for the long term. All right, finally we have a battle line grab. Let's look at the other choices. The other choices were stirrups, jurisprudence. You definitely don't want stirrups when you're facing Greece because your horses aren't going to be able to do shit. Jurisprudence, forgive me, could be an interesting grab. Very economic based. Definitely don't want it in this moment. If we could have gotten it earlier, that would have been cool. And then, of course, architecture is always good. All of our free stuff is going to be in the next draw pile. Really unfortunate because I feel like he's going to grab the onager, and I don't hate that, but that's still... that's going to... If he does... If he takes the onager, that's going to delay composite bow for a third time. And although he is a scholar now, take a look at these adventures. These events. Did she just become... All right, field 8 generals. He should be able to do that one. Let's take a look at that. Yep, he has plenty of potential generals. He could do that field 8 generals immediately. That's always satisfying to see. So let's hope that he takes that one. Oh, no, he took the promote the units one, which, I mean, he still could probably do that. He's close here. And he does have decent training, so, I mean, that's not the worst, but would probably, actually, I guess the training cost would be similar, so not the end of the world, I guess. Yes, I want to check on Zenobia, see if she became a rising star yet. No, she did not. But we do have one Zenobia event so far. This Huskarl could do some decent damage to this horse. Alright, we have some clearing happening. Still unknown to IceMatrix, he has Greek units out in the frontier beyond Gaza. Coming up to take the clear on this. The good news about the free range unit bonus cards, though, that they are coming in with Sentinel because of the Hunter Capital, but still, an Archer's not what I want to see grabbed at this stage in the game. Would really like to see an infiltrate as well. Kind of, even though he can probably guess what Greece's empire looked like, actually being able to see, he'd be able to see everything that we can see right now, and that would just be really good. Also, there appears to be no progress on this scout advancing to establish any network. And see, this is another thing about Vision. I hate to harp on the same point, but imagine if IceMatrix thought to himself, hey, I have a spine master now. Why don't I go get a good agent network by running up here and, you know, taking one of these central cities? He would then take this scout, hop over here, force march to try and do that, and then he would see all of this. So even if he had to turn the scout directly back around or just hop in a network in right here, or even if he just does that, right? Even if the scout hops up here and created a network in this frontier city, that's going to give you all of this vision. So that vision potential is crucial in this game. Scouts are super valuable. But still more build-up. This city's unautomated, so we don't get to judge anything that city does. Not that I want to judge too harshly. Apprentice officer here, that's fine. But we really also want to be seeing units. More workers coming out. Let's take another tally of the worker count. Hello, Corset. Welcome to the chat. Hope your game went well. Definitely looked very interesting. All right, so we have 17 workers, 19 in total for Greece, compared to the 13 on IceMatrix. So it's definitely an economic advantage there. Let's look at military units. We have 22 compared to 14, and oh, yeah. I was looking for more phalangites, but these hoplites are all upgraded. So yeah, so these are actually 5 phalangites, but he built 4 hoplites. And interesting enough, similar amount of stuff killed. Greece has the advantage on camps. Still 7-4 laws. Hate to see it. Let's look at tech. Exact same amount of technologies researched. That's fascinating to me. But remember, IceMatrix has taken a couple of unideal bonus cards. All right. Yes. So all right. Okay. So I redact anything I may have said about the civic use for Greece. Oh, sorry. Still getting used to the whole format of swapping perspectives here, because as we can see, we immediately have 2 rushed onagers coming out of these cities. Is there a third? Yep, and there's a third one. So that's 100% what Cliff was thinking on spending his civics for, and I like that because you have a solid ground force of protective units. They're going to be 8 strength, and they're super powerful. And what's the number one weakness to onagers? Horse units. So the phalangites are going to protect these onagers, and nothing will get to that siege line. So taking that 1,200 or so civics that he had and dumping them into 3 siege, I'm a big fan of that. That's what we want to see. Those will get moved up, and I think depending on how Cliff paces himself, we could see an attack within the next 10 turns. Unfortunately, with IceMatrix being limited for time today, we probably may not see that attack actually take place. However, it's really good to see this level of planning where Cliff was ready to pull the trigger and bring out a bunch of siege to complement this pretty strong force he has already. And this is the situation you don't want to be in as an opponent in a duel setting. Cliff is getting closer and closer to the point where he's ready to launch an invasion of Assyria, and we are still kind of in economic buildup mode over here in Assyria. We do have the potential, right? We have several cities that can build units pretty easily. But 7 turns is a lot, but they're just kind of not doing that. We have 3 cities that have pretty decent unit production, but they're not focusing on units, and that's going to create a situation where once Cliff launches his attack, we could have one of those situations where it could even amount to an instant surrender because you have yourself in a situation where you realize, oh crap, I don't have anything I can even do against this force. Although, again, with a choke point like this, I suspect it will take a second. However, put a couple of onagers on these hills, surround them with phalangites, and there's nothing that you're going to be able to do to break out of here. All right, we're making some progress clearing this camp here. We do kind of expanding, but this is the thing about momentum and tempo. IceMatrix is going to be taking this final city site, securing his 9 sites in total, 10 including this center site, and he's just behind where Greece is in terms of the momentum. Greece doesn't need to worry about expansion anymore. In fact, actually, I forgot Greece is taking this site up here. All right. 5 turns on battle line, though, so that's not too bad. He will be able to upgrade into a bunch of maces. But, you know, maces are still 6 strength. They're 6 strength with a 25% bonus towards melee. Phalangites are melee, but when they're next to each other, they have that 20% defensive and offensive bonus, right? So really this anti-infantry is only going to amount to a 5% counter on the phalangite. So you're going to basically have a 6 strength unit versus an 8 strength unit, and the 6 strength unit's only going to have a 5% edge. So not as much of a counter or as you might hope for. Now this is a bit disheartening. And a rush treasury is also interesting. And the only reason why I find this disheartening because this makes me think that Cliff isn't planning to be aggressive just yet, which is okay. I suppose if you're waiting for your other onagers, you might as well just unlimber this one here. With 2 turns for our first, maybe our very first battle of the game will be a naval battle. That's going to be fun. All right, we have some backing up here. Lots of horse stuff. Goods boost is awesome. Although, I think in this situation, I would have grabbed hydraulics. Goods boost is a really, really good card, but hydraulics tempo could be game winning. Add in a couple of crossbows on top of everything you have, put mills everywhere, and your economy is just going to explode. All right, yeah, we're backing up from this raid, healing up. That does make sense. Probably a little bit more unit than we were prepared for. That's okay, though. We do have spears. They'll go down very quickly. And a route. We brought one of our phalangites up here. Look at that. Just instant death. Love this unit. Shino, hello, welcome to the stream. This is actually part 2, so if you do want to check out the beginning, it's on a different video streamed by Nizar. You can check the Discord channel and the link there to find his YouTube or Twitch. But no, I don't think you need to go back and rewatch the whole thing if you don't feel like it. Looks like we could be gearing up to a battle soon, so, I mean, you could be just in time for some action. One more turn on a bireme, we could have a first naval engagement of the entire tournament. Oof, yeah. Gonna have to say no to that. Also, I lost track of what... Oh yeah, it was good boost. Okay, never mind. All right, so we have a few build queues finishing up. This one's done, and that one's going to be done. We're really hoping to see more units. The settler will be done soon, so it's definitely high time we kick into unit production. I am surprised we're not in the much stronger territory yet. Getting really close to it, though. Those 3 onagers that just came out didn't quite push him over. Yes, we do have wonders. We have the pyramids were built relatively early. I don't know if we have a way to investigate when they were apart from the timeline, but I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I think that was, well, I guess it was built mid-game, right around turn 50, and we do currently have the museum being built, and that's got 5 turns left on it. So that's going to be a decent plus 50% science in the capital, which is another reason why I would really like to see... Okay, so we have the academy here. All right, so the academy will come out, which is good. So actually, 3 turns and then 5 turns. Yeah, so in 5 turns, this city's going to get a 70% science boost, which is just pretty solid. Unfortunately, though, the clock is ticking for IceMatrix. It all hinges now on the level of aggression that Cliff is interested in kind of ramping up, because Cliff has 7 laws. He has 8 strength units from his unique unit. He has several siege weapons in the region. They're all starting to trickle their way towards the border of Assyria, and Assyria is not quite in a position yet to either attack or defend. Most of the units that he does have are nowhere near his front line. Clearing tribal camps, dealing with barbarians. Frontier in the north. So, IceMatrix is in a terrible position developmentally, but the clock is certainly ticking. Hop over to Greece. Really unfortunate that we're not making use of this scout as Assyria. We literally just need to take 2 steps outside of our door, and we would get some sense of the danger that we're in. Just 2 steps. We could literally take this scout, hop over here, and bring it back. But remember, Assyria does have a spy master, so they could have a network here. Real shame. And now we have some roading. We have some aggressive roading. Okay, so he wanted to extend his borders along here. That does make sense to me. I can appreciate that. We have aggressive roading, aggressive tile expansion. Now that I have good vision in this location, I would definitely be taking the scout to send it back to these woods to get an eye on this city back here, to get a sense of, again, the units in the region. He does now finally know, Cliff finally knows that there is no real defense mounted in this area. In fact, let's take a look. Can he even reach directly? No, not quite. However, just a couple of these phalangites could come in here and kill this axe instantly. They'd take some counterattack, but not much. This is the counterattack damage it would do to these phalangites, just 3 or 4 damage. So you could come in here with a force march, take out this axe, start invading, and Assyria wouldn't have much response. So that's one of the reasons why you want to see this scout moving up and get a sense of the region. Gonna have to clear these tribal units, but with spears, that's gonna be just so easy. Look at this. Look at this murderous. Ugh, beautiful. Yeah, so that's why I was thinking, if Greece was going to keep expanding along this valley, really just send 1 or 2 phalangites up here, and you could probably clear this whole area literally with just 2 units and a couple of heroes. Right. 10 cities to 9. Yep. So even with a city coming out, this will be the 10th city. So IceMatrix has been clawing his way towards equalization in terms of city count. Greece has such a strong economy and a military that he can leverage. Whereas IceMatrix does have a decent economy, but let's take it these these build queues. We have another we have a stonecutter coming in here. Still going for development. Unfortunate. However, I'm going to tune in right now because we have a ship coming out. All right. I probably don't need to zoom in. Might be a little overexcited there, but okay, cool. We can get some extra science. That's always lovely. But I definitely want to keep an eye here. I don't want to miss if he decides to go in for an attack. If he takes the first hit, and that's why this unit should have been fortified for a counterattack, because by taking this first hit, this Byreme will be dead. Because even if he moves in right here and attacks, even if he does manage to get around, this unit will hunt it down. The only alternative is if it kind of holds its ground to attack, and perhaps this Byreme, by use of force march, comes all the way down here for a surprise counter. It's been a couple of minutes. Okay, here we go. I say it's been a couple of minutes and IceMatrix didn't seem to have moved, so. Oh, and we have a new wonder. So we have the Hanging Gardens. All right, that's not bad. That's definitely grabbing some points. Taking another gander at there. So we do have the Yaz left. We have the Lighthouse left. Colosseum Chthon. I'd really like to see Greece snatch these up, but they really don't need it. Still, it would be fun. Just in case, I am going to take an opportunity to step away from the screen for one moment. I will stay focused on here just in case the attack happens. I might have to miss the commentary, but I'll be back in, I don't know, like 30 seconds. All right, we are back. Still no action at sea. 13 orders left. Interesting. All right, so he is moving up on these Scythians. Which makes sense, and that's fine. But still the problem of the fact that if Greece moves in, this is another thing. Now we can see this roading. We can see this aggressive roading. IceMatrix needs to be reacting to this. IceMatrix needs to start. We have a forum here. Good God. And an elder scribe. Oh, no. Yeah. And an apprentice poet. Oh, forgive. I feel bad. I feel bad for reacting this way. But basically my thing is that you can see this aggressive roading. You know your opponent is stronger. Your army is nowhere near them. You should be building some military. All hinging now on how aggressive Cliff intends to be. Now, the reverse could also be true. On next turn, if Cliff decides to attack here and start force marching this unit, it won't be able to make it the whole way because of double fatigue, but I think it could get there in enough turns. Cliff could create a scenario where he could kill IceMatrix's only ship. So I do think it is a little bit disappointing that this ship didn't immediately attack. But that is the turn for Assyria, so back to Greece. And yes, the ship is stealing the show. I want to see some naval combat. All right, interesting tech choices here. And we did a cycle and we went for portcullis. So, all right, we built an extra scout. We're going for portcullis. We have forward scouting. So something tells me that Cliff will be leveraging his agent networks and spymaster once he gets portcullis. Let me take one peek back at IceMatrix. Still no infiltration from IceMatrix. Still no... Well, he did move up with a scout to reveal this stuff. Or he harvested, yes. Okay. Anyway, back to Greece. This flood is going to be annoying. Kind of can't get past the river right now. The flood also happens to be my favorite calamity. I just think it looks gorgeous. I kind of wish rivers just looked like this normally. I think that would be really cool, but, you know, it is what it is. Too bad. Nice. Couple of routes. Getting closer to having 2 more stronger cities, so that's more phalangite potential, more rushing potential, because remember, as you rush in each city, the cost of rushing increases, so having several locations that you can rush your units out of is always super useful. We have the build up here, and we'll be able to rush this unit in just a couple of turns. And Greece already has a wall in this location, whereas IceMatrix doesn't have a wall in either of these cities. That could be a serious issue. Well, actually, it's going to be a serious issue. It is kind of funny, though. Always a thing where you can miss your roads. So once you're going around building your road network, happened over here as well, make sure you press B or whatever hotkey happens to enable your trade network. But yeah, press B, show your trade network, make sure you dotted all of your I's and crossed all your T's. Oh my god. Hilariously. This is amazing. Oh my god, this is amazing. Cliff doesn't even know the ship is there. If Cliff never moved, IceMatrix would be able to build a second ship and just... Oh my god. That's amazing. Cliff could just build a second... IceMatrix could build a second ship and then attack with both ships, locking this in there. He's not doing that, but that's so funny. Alright, so this will give IceMatrix an opportunity to attack, to get this threatening presence of a ship out of his bay if he wants. We'll have to see and keep an eye out on if he goes for that. He's going to have to save his spear from trouble, but he can come in with a route. See how he handles this situation up here. I'd like to see some good tactics here with maybe a route. Maybe come in with an axe, hit this, route this, take a big whack there, and then do we have another spear? No, not really. You could deal 1, 2, 3, and this would have 10 damage on it. One more turn on the settler, so we'll have that new city coming up. And this is another thing, I don't think we have a ministry. Oh, no, we do. He upgraded the ministry. Okay. He upgraded the ministry and chose to build the Elder Scribe. Take a look at the leader. Pretty good stats. 7 wisdom, 3 charisma, 7 discipline. Alright, so IceMatrix is backing off. That's a bit unfortunate there. That spear would have been fine. I believe, yeah, that spear would have been fine. Could have come up with this and just boom, boom, boom. One more turn on battle line and plenty of axes around to upgrade and, you know, decent amount of stone. Not a lot of gold to start purchasing after that, though. I'm going to check in on Zenobia because I haven't been eyeballing events. Still not a rising star yet. But that's alright. Also, when she shows up, even if she doesn't become a rising star, move her to a different city. And the reason for that is because she could be in this city boosting these yields, and you could be using... She's a judge. You can use her to rush stuff. So, again, he doesn't have the best gold, but you could be using her. She's just a really, really great governor. All right. The creeping begins. All right, I want to take a peek here. Okay. This is going to be the alarm. Let's look at these events. Okay. Okay, nothing bad happening. Nice. Ooh. This is actually a benefit to having your opponent's religion somewhere in your empire. You can persecute them, because that's always fun. So, yeah, that's a 6th legitimacy opportunity, and he doesn't need this opinion at all. So that's huge. Let's hope he goes for that. Great. All right, so yeah, he's getting set up here, and this is going to be the moment where the alarm bells will be sounding for IceMatrix. Wall is interesting. I honestly don't think that's going to factor in this point because Cliff is going to clearly be the aggressor here. Interestingly enough, IceMatrix is still only weaker, not much weaker. But yeah, no, this is going to be the time where the alarm bells start sounding because IceMatrix will see 2 phalangites on his border. That's terrifying. A strength unit, you don't have one. Whatever army you do have is miles away. So, I would not be surprised if we start seeing a quick shift downwards. Fortunately, he has a settler here, so if he comes up with this settler and settles, he'll get all of this river movement, so that'll be nice. Still no progress on the naval situation. I'd really like to see the boat move down there, but whatever. Lots of more siege coming up. Interesting that this is champions. But okay. We have a diplomat heir. That's not... Oh, it's a half-brother, so it's not our kid. Wow, he could have another scholar heir if he legitimizes this bastard. Interesting. Would be nice to get a military ruler on the throne. Yep. Not looking good for IceMatrix at this stage. We are now at the 3-hour mark, so I would not be surprised if we reach a conclusion to this part now and bring it into a 3-parter. But of course, I would love to see Greece pull the trigger here. Really interesting to see the method in which Greece is expanding their borders by using urbans. I'm definitely interested in that. I don't think it's a bad idea, but again, when you're up against somebody who has siege towers, I mean, not that IceMatrix does, but the potential to have siege towers, that is scary. All right, so we have an upgrade to mace. Let's look at the damage here. So each phalangite could come in and do about 6 damage, and I'm adding 6 because of the adjacency bonus, compared to the counterattack of only 3 or 4 damage. So keep in mind how even upgrading from an axeman to a maceman didn't really change the damage profile against phalangites pretty much at all. Yeah. We definitely saw a unit move forward. So IceMatrix is aware. 2 turns on this museum. We have 100. Let's do a quick science check. Because this is crazy. 132 science, 275, right? So this is a massive gap. This is a potentially game-winning gap, right? But the issue that we're having here is timing. Technically speaking, Cliff doesn't need any more science in his current situation because he has an advantage. If he can press it in a quick enough window, it doesn't matter if IceMatrix leapfrogs Cliff in his development. Now, that said, let's talk about ways that the science can allow IceMatrix to rebound. He finally is grabbing composite. I'm really happy to see that. If he gets the ballista, even one ballista in a city could do some decent damage. And then from composite, you can run up to hydraulics and get these 2 free crossbows. Even that would only take a few turns at his current science rate. Basically, 1, 2, 6. Yeah, he could get here in about 12 or 15 turns, and then another 4 turns to take that or less. So call it about 15-ish turns, 15, 20 turns. He could have 2 crossbows, and 2 crossbows would do some decent damage to these guys. However, that's a lot of turn time to be waiting while Greece could be attacking you. Still focusing on this northern territory. All of his orders were spent. So we're going to be passing it back to Greece. And if I were Greece right now, seeing that Maceman, I would probably just attack. But sometimes I'm over-aggressive, and that can bite me in the ass. Sometimes you think you have an advantage. And you can be wrong. However, very little, honestly, this one spear could just clear this camp. Very little distracting Cliff at this point. Unlike IceMatrix, who's still kind of consolidating the north, still has units kind of that needs to get dragged all the way to this front line. Cliff is mostly staged. He has more units coming from the back line. He could be waiting for perfect vision. You know, he could decide to get Portcullis, slot in a spy master, bring up these couple of scouts, and put into agent networks. 3 agent networks across this empire, and you will have complete vision of what your opponent can do. And while this is just fascinating, this is a tactical road. He's doing this for flanking potential. Probably, let's take a look. Aha. Okay, I dig it. He's going to send his onagers up onto these hills. And there's just... Oh, man. There's just not a damn thing that IceMatrix is going to be able to do about it. That is a bummer. And all right, we have moving. There we go. This is what we want to see. We want to come up here with the scout. Okay, yep. We are getting into position, taking our time. Oof, boy. So this is good, right? This is a good way to handle this. He could be adding in promotions. He could be adding in generals. He has 2,000 training. So really, let's take a look here. You could be adding tacticians, commanders. Commanders on phalangites is just so gross. So I'd like to see more upgrades, right? And so, but you know, he's creeping. He's positioning himself. This is okay. And, you know, IceMatrix is still weaker. So all advantage, as far as Cliff knows, is on his side. But the only thing that's going to save IceMatrix at this point is the fact that IceMatrix has nearly double the amount of science income than Cliff. So if anything's going to bring this back from the brink, it's going to be IceMatrix having more time to develop. So that's one thing about being a little too cautious when you have the advantage, because things still look pretty bleak for IceMatrix. However, you know, if we give IceMatrix another 20 turns, maybe the situation starts to look a bit brighter. It does look like we're in it for a slow push, though. Yes, indeed. But now IceMatrix has eyes on an onager. He has eyes on 4 phalangites. So I would be sweating at this point. Let's see, we have an open build queue. Would like to start seeing these build queues filling up with red. We want them building units. Let's take a look at the order incomes. Oh, okay, huge gap here. 50 orders. Bear in mind that this is taking into account worker turns. Negative 14. 14 orders are going to improvements right now compared to, let's take a comparison to Greece. 13. Okay, so the exact same amount of order production is going into workers. So this is the gap. Massive, massive gap. That is going to be awful to deal with. That is going to be awful to deal with. Yeah, looking bleaker and bleaker each turn. Military score, so he's not really riding that high above, not getting into that much stronger territory, but this is a very formidable force that when you have an order advantage like that, you're just going to really... yep, we have another rush. I love to see it. Love to see it. Rushed onager. And I really would like to see next turn a bit more aggression. I want to see onagers on these hills and maybe even just a launched attack, a couple of protective phalangites in the region, and just go for it. Hopefully, maybe 2 turns, if not next turn. Maybe he's going to come up here with these scouts. But, you know, we do have 3 turns to portcullis. So again, maybe he could be waiting for that perfect vision. But this is another thing that we're talking about in terms of time, right? Even though I'm confident Cliff could take out what IceMatrix has, you're going from a situation where Cliff could have attacked into nothing to where now these axes, now these units are all making their way to a border. So that's another thing about slow creeping. It can be a powerful play. And I don't think Cliff is going to really have any... disadvantage here, to be quite honest. But if IceMatrix was in a stronger military position, you kind of can end up accidentally handing your opponent time to set up. But I do think this is the play right here. I would be a bit more aggressive, but that's just me. All right, it's Cliff's turn. Let's see if he decides to go in. Again, if we take a look here, we're doing at least 5 damage. I would like to see some generals here. If we're not going in this turn, we should definitely be seeing some generals. We have a commander. That's just such a good general. A tactician in the right spot is just disgusting. And we're getting more roads. This is so troll. I kind of love this. Just casually, nonchalantly building a mine directly outside of your opponent's borders, saying, no, I own this. There's nothing you can do about it. Those are my gems. It's kind of funny to me. That's some flexing. Now we are aware of the Byreme. Be interesting to see if somebody decides to make an opening salvo there, or if this boat decides to go reinforce his friend. Spear is making progress up in the north. I think these are mostly just going to be a police force. He knows there are more camps up here. He probably got the notification of this raid. I don't really see much reason to bother venturing too far out here. I would not be surprised if he clears another site with this guy, though. He's close enough, but he can't see that site yet, so he doesn't know how many units are there. 2 more turns on portcullis. Okay. Yeah, no, this is a slow creep. We're creeping for it. I have to assume he knows he can put the onagers on this hill. Otherwise, why would the roads go there? So I'd like to see the onagers on that hill. Just put the phalangites right here and put the onagers on there. And just start whacking away at it. Because then you also have full... Yeah, alright, well, it is what it is. Fortifying, not sure I would bother spending the orders on that. We have a clear advantage. A little bit of a potential overthinking here. It definitely looks cool. A very cool formation that we have forming here of our Greek unique units. One of my favorite units in the game, to be honest. Very devastating if you get them early enough. Very, very hard to counter. They fall off very hard in the late game, however, which is another reason why if you get ahead as Greece, you don't want to give your opponent more and more time, because their unique unit is just a nightmare if they show up early, but they fall off hard in the late game because the pikeman is just significantly better. One thing, though, this will definitely force... Yeah, here we go. This will definitely force IceMatrix to retreat, because there's nothing he can do about this. He can see this. He can see that there's nothing that he can do about this. So, as slow as the pace may be, in reality, given IceMatrix... Oh, this is a devastating sandstorm. Yuck. Yeah, so given IceMatrix's situation, honestly, Cliff could creep forward 1 or 2 tiles every turn, and I don't think there's anything that IceMatrix would be able to do to stop it at this stage, especially because, as pointed out earlier in chat, Matrix's economy, not only does he not really have a strong enough army currently, he doesn't have a strong enough economy to generate one. So as much as I would like to see him building more units, he actually can't even afford to build enough units anymore. So this could end up being a final stand here. It could be a bit anticlimactic given the fact that IceMatrix is limited on time and this would have to go to a second session. I don't know his stamina or resolve. 150 science is certainly very attractive. You know, you might want to hang on, just fall back to Arafa, give up Assur. I wouldn't even be hanging out here. I would just dump this city immediately, you know, and just hang on to the fact that I have a really good science rate, 150 science per turn, and just try to get somewhere good with it, try to focus on better development, you know, getting the resources I need to build units online. However, if we're limited on time here, if we're limited on scheduling and sessions, we could see a bit of an anticlimactic concession here, just because this is a really terrifying force to be looking at. We see one onager, but I feel like once the several onagers hit this hill, it's really gonna be hard to conjure up a response to that when you have, again, no range units. Looking at IceMatrix military, we have 2 slingers and an archer. That is the extent of the military that we have. All right, back to Greece. Let's take a look at what they choose to do. We do have some boosts we can get. More training opportunities. His training is so high. All right, so we're going for some promotions. We're not advancing. A bit of a shame. Oh. All right, well, I mean, Besieger and Highlander is, you know, what you want to see. We have another Highlander. Would have liked to see those promotions coming out a few turns ago. We'd like to see those promotions hitting a few turns ago. We have another, extra splash. Honestly, really, seriously, with the mountain situations that we have, 2 Highlanders, 1 Besieger, and an extra splash is a solid layout of onager promotions. Greece definitely taking the cautious approach. I mean, he's lucky enough that he can afford to do it, for sure. I definitely don't think... I mean, having the science that IceMatrix has, 150 science, exactly twice as much as your opponent, that is enough science to surge ahead. I don't really see that that's going to happen. So I would, knowing what we know, I would say that Greece is being overly cautious here. But, I mean, he's not really going to get punished for it just yet. So definitely seems to be taking the slow approach. I would have liked to see some more advancing for this turn, but I guess we'll just have to wait for it. No activity on the boats. This is driving me nuts. I'd like to see our friend come down here and join in, especially because if you can kill this thing, I mean, you don't need to kill it, but with just these 2 boats, you would set up anchors along this coast. You don't even need to get a Rafa. You could just take this city, get your whole army to this location, and boat across. Gonna do a cool shot for a potential future trailer. Here we go. Coming in. Look at that. That's gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful shield wall. Maybe come back, strafe back. Here we go. This is how I make my trailers, guy. This is how we do that. Oh, shit. The tooltip. The tooltips always ruin everything. We need a way to toggle off tooltips. That way I can make better trailers. Anyway, still more onagers coming up. Another phalangite. We'll see this get rushed soon, I'm sure. And spears doing their shopkeeping, their housekeeping up north. Those are nets on the shore, yes. Keep in mind, both of these players are not experienced multiplayers. I believe this is Cliff's first multiplayer game. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. And I certainly know that it's IceMatrix's only 3rd or 4th multiplayer game. So I can understand the lack of aggression. I can understand the careful, cautious nature, because one major difference between multiplayer and single player, in my experience, is timing. Multiplayer games, one of the reasons why they're quicker isn't just because they're smaller maps and it's 2 human opponents, but experienced multiplayer players develop a sense of understanding how to leverage when they're ahead. So they just start ending their games quicker, I think. Going for sovereignty, which is good grab, because we need to get those laws. We need to catch up. And that's another thing in terms of timing, actually. Again, IceMatrix doesn't really have the resources for this, but keep in mind, Cliff doesn't know that, right? So we have a 7 law advantage to IceMatrix's still 4. They still only have 4. But if all of a sudden you have phalangites and you're facing siege towers, that is going to have that's going to be a terrifying time, because I definitely think a siege tower, when fighting in 8 urban tiles, will kick the shit out of a phalangite. So again, this is not, and they're even going to shrug off onagers because they have that ranged defense. So you really don't want to be, when you're looking at 7 laws to 4 laws, that's a massive advantage. Still some housekeeping up north. It's interesting. Oh, wow, we have a really bad cleric family situation. That's just a bummer here. It's because we have super angry Zoroastrianisms. Oh, yeah. Opposing archetypes, not the state religion. So he keeps getting pinned down up here dealing with his rebel. Not ideal. He's going to get rebels over here, which also seems to be happening, and then some in his core. Unfortunate. Indeed, better tech units would certainly make sense. One thing that will help out in this situation, even outside of getting 7 laws for Assyria, is getting up to siege engines himself. Having onagers up on these hills would be super defensive. Getting ballistas would also shred phalangites. And then, of course, the couple of crossbows, never bad fit for an army. And the mills off of... I'm surprised, actually, that this isn't targeted. Oh, what on earth? Cartography is targeted. That is upsetting. Well, he's not researching metaphysics this turn, so that's good. Maybe that was a misclick. Maybe he meant to target hydraulics. But even the mills will also help with his economy, too. So there's that. Indeed, his pagan state is his religion, despite the fact that he brought Zorro into the game, and also still doesn't have monasticism, so he's not really benefiting from this at all. I understand he probably took the acolytes just for the science, which certainly makes sense, but now it's actually turning out to be more of a hindrance than an advantage. All right, Cliff. The tension mounts. We're all watching with bated breath. We have hydraulics on Cliff. I think this would be the play for him. Grab that hydraulics, get himself closer to those free crossbows, and start pushing. All right, we do have scouting. We have our first agent network. We're going to have our second agent network. This is what he's been waiting for. He's been waiting for that perfect vision. I'm really happy to see this getting showcased in a tournament. We're even going to go here. Okay, great. What do we have for agents? Interesting choice going for this city, but I do understand it. He's trying to cover those borders. Scholarship, I must admit, I dislike that pick, but fine. All right, we want to see these agent networks coming online. And there is a massive advantage both in military score and also orders. Huge order advantage. I would be pulling the ship back because, again, I want to use my anchor to just circumvent Arafa entirely. Let IceMatrix think that he can fortify his units here, think that he can secure this choke point, while I go ahead and just set up an anchor and a path all the way around. He also not only just can see the city, for those of you who are unfamiliar with tactically using agent networks and the advantage that they offer, he can now see what's being built in the city. He has all the same type of information that we have. Let's hope that he goes for a few more networks. He does have a couple of agents, 2 schemers, and a hero. A hero would be a really interesting choice at this stage. He does have a hero on this one. I'd like to see... Is there a way that I can tell if he's on a mission? He's not. So some treachery missions could be interesting. That could be a cheeky way to kick things off. And keep in mind, this is another disadvantage here. Keep in mind, IceMatrix does have a spy master. he has not taken the opportunity to set up agent networks, nor has he taken the opportunity, let's take a look here, to reveal Greece's territory with an infiltrate. I'd be interested to see if Cliff thinks of infiltrate in this situation as well. I do find the choice of a slinger interesting. I figured you'd just keep building onagers. Still a massive amount of military buildup compared to our Assyrian friends. Most of our queues at this point are building military units. No movement on this front, really. And no additional agent networks established. Alright, back to IceMatrix. Alright, we have a new tech. Ooh, we have the opportunity to get infantry... I can't speak English, forgive me. We do have the opportunity to get infantry square pretty early. This might be a key grab here. Head to head, the phalangite would actually outclass the pike. However, it's still an 8 strength unit. Be interesting to see what he decides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or monasticism for the 7th law. However, well, no. Oh no, there's no stronghold in here. There is a stronghold in here. And there's no stronghold in here. Bummer. Alright, what he needs to get those strongholds up, he's getting... So he should be working on strongholds now just to get those citadels up, because I guess between the 7th law and siege towers versus the 11 turns on infantry square, I suppose both 8 strength units would come out at relatively similar times. The museum was built, by the way. That's where the 150 science is coming from. Not all of it, but that's where a good point. Okay, we have autonomous rule option for the civics, and I think he took it. Yes, he did. That could be a problem. Because he now has 2 autonomous cities. Did Zenobia ever become a rising star? Hey, no, she didn't. Interesting. She normally does, but okay. So that's 2 automated cities. And the other thing about that is this a really good... I guess it's not the best production, but still. No, yes, we do currently have museum. Right there, museum generating 13 science per turn, 48 in the capital in total. So most of his science is coming from across the empire, plus a couple of good characters. All right, we have some defensive road building from IceMatrix. This is a pretty decent move. Could ultimately backfire and allow his opponent to advance on his territory quicker. But I definitely get it. Okay. All right, yes, we have him moving units from his frontier to the front line. Interesting that he's staying within striking distance of these units, however, because at any moment, IceMatrix could come in and just start killing stuff. So, in situations like this, unfortunately, you kind of have to retreat helplessly. It would be smarter to kind of bring everything back to Arafa, that you can defend more. Of course, the boats will become a problem, which is one of the reasons why he should be attacking. All right, that's all of the orders for IceMatrix's turn. Still has a law to adopt. 2 laws, and he has the civics. Honestly, at this stage in the game, with his science rate, it'd be great to grab vassalage right now. That will really help increase his economic output. And tyranny, I think, would be the next solid grab as well. Really increase that income, increase that training output, which he needs at this moment. So what we're really hoping that he grabs is vassalage and tyranny, and he doesn't try to overly fixate on science. He could get another 35 science here, which would bring him to nearly 200 science per turn, which of course is a really, really good science rate, but you need to also fixate on what you need most in this moment. His science is so solid that we want to make sure that our economy gets better now. All right, the timer's counting down for IceMatrix, so he seems to be stuck on a particular decision of some kind. But I'm sure he'll make a choice on those laws in a moment. He does have 1,000 civics, so he can adopt both. Interesting, he opted to... I must admit, Russia... I'm sorry. Right. Rushing a chariot is not something you want to see when you're staring at a line full of onagers. All right, back to Greece. Their scores have equalized. Obviously, that's not what the whole game is about in these types of head-to-head matchups, but that must be making IceMatrix feel at least a little bit better. Clearly, when you're up against a well-expanded Greece with 10 cities, you're always going to be concerned about that scoring potential, which probably has informed one of the reasons why IceMatrix has gobbled up a couple of the wonders. Although, of course, Museum is a really great one to grab. Oh, yeah, I might have said onager instead of phalangia. And here we go. We're off into battle. We have our first attack of the game, first assault. All right, he's going straight into the city. Right, that will be able to reach from that position. We have 2 more positions. Great strategic hills and great positioning. We'll see. Yep, all right. Yep, there's going to be no way that IceMatrix will be able to get around this. Potential force marches. This horse, if Cliff goes all in here and brings everything to the front, this horse could end up being a surprise for Cliff. I don't think it would do too much damage, but it could pop out, around here and then be able to make it to do some damage. But all right, Cliff is definitely keeping in mind that he wants to protect his siege, so that's good on him. And look at this damage. We don't even have a siege engine firing yet, and we have half of the damage done, and we can take the city out next turn. This is one of the reasons why, while the siege is certainly good, you don't necessarily need them to take out cities when you're sitting on an 8 strength unit and you're looking at a city without walls. Yeah, 8 strength units are just devastating. Still no walls. Actually, are there walls here? Nope. Yeah, so, yeah, with no walls, I mean, there's going to be some pretty quick work with this territory. All right, so this is a devastating, devastating position to be in. Really don't want to see this when you're on the defending side. And we're going to take a look now over to IceMatrix, and we're going to check out his build queues. And of course, what do we see? We see a unit in nearly every single city coming out, even a slinger all the way up here. But this is the type of situation that we're going to see time and time again, and you want to try to avoid it. When you're under attack is not the time to build your military. You need to make sure that you're keeping parity with your opponent. Granted, Greece has never reached the level of hitting much stronger, which in some ways probably helped Cliff keep some level of a head. Not a head, but kind of deception, if you will. Maybe IceMatrix was thinking they were closer than they actually are. But yeah, now is not the time to be thinking that you need an army. We needed an army 20 turns ago. Good performance here on Cliff. Very interesting that we have IceMatrix is going in for some attacks. Probably just going to try and put on a little bit of a show. Wow, we have those crits. So, all right. So with crits here, that's an interesting proposition. Crits can change this algorithm a little bit. But now we're spreading our damage across too many opponents. We've attacked with 6 units, secured no kills. So that is going to be a bad day. Every unit, even back here, even this onager back here can reach this unit. So every onager we have in the region can fire on something. Everything. Okay. Yep. This, you need a little bit more damage to try and bank on the crit, but I definitely admire the attempt. Maybe with a second backup chariot, you had this chariot, you could have gone something like that. There's definitely a way to get around there. Maybe promoting on this combat. Definitely a situation where I think you should back up, though. Sometimes it's unfortunate. In fact, I shout out to Fluffy as always. I think my last duel that was streamed with Fluffy, I spent half of the game literally just retreating to my capital until he won the fight anyway. So sometimes when you're at a disadvantage, you just need to keep backing up until you have either nowhere else left to go, or you have the thing that you're waiting on that will hopefully save your life. In IceMatrix's case, I don't know what that thing is. Our 7th law, perhaps. We still haven't adopted our economic boosters. Tyranny right now, if we are trying to build this last-ditch effort of military units, both tyranny and vassalage are huge grabs because you need that economy. All right, we have onager fire. 2 onagers being fired. Oh, no, we're still waiting on IceMatrix's turn. I got ahead of myself. Forgive me. I didn't want to do the thing where I'm, like, in the tooltips in the middle of a battle. Yeah. Yeah, all right, so here we go. We're going back to Greece now. I would like to see... Oh, wait, we do have an agent network here. I'll probably toss in another one up here just in case. But IceMatrix... This is a demonstration. Again, we are on Cliff's perspective. So if you're unfamiliar with spies, portcullis, and the tactical nature of them, Cliff can see everything that IceMatrix has back here. We have onagers firing. And let's not forget, unfortunately, let's not forget that Cliff also has the ability to route. So yeah, everything here, everything that you see here is very likely dead. Yep, so we're coming up with a slinger. I'm going to suspect either this horse or this chariot's going to come in for a rout. Or no, we're just going to go straight for a kill. Okay. We have 45 orders to play around with. Wow, not wasting any effort from his phalangites to kill that. Interesting. Might have saved an order from there, but you can still kill this thing. Yeah, everything is going to die. Come up here with this. And you could do a double kill. Or we'll go for the route, and that's always fun. And all of this death, he does have epics, so all of this is going to feed culture into the city, increasing this closer and closer to getting its own access to strongholds if he wants them. Nice to see that he went for the units rather than focusing on the city first. That's always very important when you're sieging a city. You have to take care of your ability, your opponent's ability to respond to your attack. Devastating, devastating kill potential here. Might even have the ability to take this city directly if you could bring in an extra rage unit. All right. Going for the kill, going for the jugular, killing as much stuff. We should definitely see... Wow, surprising. IceMatrix is still only weaker. All right. Yes, definitely a conservative play here, but a smart play. Waiting for that portcullis, waiting for those agent networks so he can see everything that could possibly be coming from behind. And this is the thing, if you establish enough networks, he has 2 more agents, so we can establish 2 more networks. Once you get the ability to see your opponent's entire empire, well, now you're no longer playing the game blind. You're playing it with full vision, and you can perfectly plan your attacks. Definitely a strong advantage to have. Certainly. That is a devastating blow for IceMatrix. I would not be surprised if that hits his morale hard again. IceMatrix did mention that he was limited on time today. We are certainly over the point from which he said the game would last, just a couple of hours. However, I would be unsurprised if he throws in the towel here. Obviously, I want every player to hang on for as long as their morale can hold out, but it would just be such a nail-biting experience to have to stop a game here and then wait for several more days just to see if you can survive any longer. But that's also why I can't play cloud games, because the tension kills me. I stress about it all week long. All right, back to IceMatrix. He's got 7 minutes. He has 32 orders. He's still only just weaker. He has a new ruler on the throne, a tactics ruler on the throne, which is good. 13 years old, though, so he won't be able to take any education. And does he... Whoops, sorry about that. Does he have a regent? Doesn't look like he had the regent coming up. And this is a bunch of slingers coming down. And honestly, mass spamming of ranged units could certainly be helpful. He does have composite bow. He could attempt to upgrade them to archers by maybe doing a chopping session over here. But I just don't think he has enough. No regent in the event stack. I don't think he has enough output to deal with the situation in front of him. Looking grim. It's still angry clerics. Another, oh man, see, this is just dreadful. A mace rebel. In addition to a raid. In addition to another raid. And a war. Yeah. So he has, what, 6 units. Some of them very well promoted. You know, this is a really good unit. It's a slinger, but you could get it upgraded to an archer. Put it on some hills. And, yeah, no. His attention is divided. Unfortunate turn of events. Certainly a science rate to be proud of. Scholarship was certainly interesting. I don't think he was able to leverage it strong enough. Alright, yep. He's just going for whatever little kills he can get. He's kind of doing his final stand here. Yes, indeed. That city is abandoned. I would like to see if... I would really love to see somebody take a shot at one of these boats. Just on principle. Yeah, see, that's the correct play. We should have been retreating sooner. But, you know, going out with a bang is also always fun. Still no laws adoption with 1,300 civics in the pool, so I definitely think IceMatrix is feeling the tension. I definitely think he's feeling the stress of the situation, and that probably impacting his morale. It's probably impacting his decision making. It can be very distracting when the end is near. A death or event, slighted, yep, has tanked our champion opinion as well. So in addition to our crisis in the north, we do not have good opinions on our families anymore. Hunters are the remaining family, but we just have a handful of units left of hunters that have good opinion. Majority of our units are champion units with no military from the clerics. So what I would like to see from Greece next turn, in addition, forget attacking the ship. I'd like to see this boat come back, this boat force march forward, because I think, you know, IceMatrix is doing the whole whatever. I'll just block myself in this pass, and it would be really cool to have Cliff express to IceMatrix the fact that he doesn't need to take the city. He can just go around. Yes, indeed. We have nested tooltips everywhere. Trust me, I forget about them constantly, and I also, even after 4,000 hours, learn about them constantly. But yes, you have every access to family members, units, and cities right here on these tooltips. You also can do the same thing with cities for religions and stuff like that. Indeed, he can definitely break into the city for sure. Still, let's make cool content, right? Let's make cool content where we have boats just, I don't know, actually mattering in a fight. All right, back to Greece. He doesn't need to go around, but it would be cool if he went around. It would be a flex to go around. Say, I don't even need to take your city. But of course, I mean, at this point, I just want to see more force marches as well. Really just bring the hammer down. Oop, whoops. All right. One more kill. IceMatrix still weaker. The little units that are trickling out amidst this onslaught are bringing the point totals within range of each other. However, yeah, that's just a sharp drop down. With these workers in the region, he will be able to connect this road and have seamless siege movement forward into his next destination. Seems like this will be the last of the action that we see here for right now. Let's take a peek in the north. And yes, we do have two spears. They are getting a little bit weak, so he's going to want to bring these back here to heal up. Let's see if he goes for the kill. Yep, no, he's going to heal that up. That does make sense. And this guy is just keeping his vigil on the northern location. Should be able to take that force out pretty easily. All right, it looks like we have a concession if I see that right. I know we are close to finishing, but I have to teach a class soon. Seeing as I don't think I can recover, I might just have to concede to avoid a third session. Indeed. This could go to one more session, however. It's obviously up to the discretion of the players. It's up to the morale and resolve of IceMatrix. If he's down to keep playing this out, then of course it is Cliff's responsibility to bring this to a final conclusion. Certainly, though, things are looking a bit bleak. Indeed, it is interesting to see IceMatrix pose that as a choice. Does create a little bit of awkwardness with the opponent if they feel as if they should encourage you to surrender what feels like a losing game. If it were me, I might have a candid conversation and just kind of ask, what the game plan is, what maybe ace in the hole you might have in your back pocket. I'm really not personally that competitive. I don't mind talking generally honestly about the way the game's going to go. Obviously, I'm not going to tell everybody everything, but with my game knowledge in this situation, if I were posed that question, I might say, hey, I think I pretty much have this game on lock unless you have a really big surprise coming. So if you have a surprise and you want to play it out another 10, 15, 20 turns because you have a plan, let's do it. Absolutely. But if you're just kind of taking on water and flailing, which IceMatrix would then be able to answer that question honestly by, the situation in the north, then I would probably suggest, yeah, sure, why don't you just concede? But of course, you could play to the very last city if you want to. I think past a certain point, the sportsman thing to do it would be to concede, but stranger things have happened where people come from behind where you think they're going to lose. And ultimately, the main goal and objective of this tournament is to get people involved, is to get people having fun, and most importantly, to get people playing Old World. So if IceMatrix is happy to go to another session, I see nothing wrong with that. Take a look here. Still only stronger. That could be something that that little bit of difference could be the thing that instills that amount of hope in a situation like this. Like, whoa, he's stronger. He's not much stronger, and we're competent, So I'm keeping up in science. Definitely a precarious position, though. Especially because, I would just hate to be in the situation looking at raids that I have to deal with. Oh! Oh! I missed it! After all this talking and ranting, I missed it! I'm so angry! So, okay, considering that there's an active attack on this, it does look like Greece came in for the strike last turn, and god damn it, I missed it. Okay, well, IceMatrix has chosen to retaliate, so we finally have the battle at sea, and I'm gonna duck away from here for a second and see if Cliff has not chosen yet to bring in the reinforcements. I do not think that Cliff can win this fight. Yeah, because he'll do 5 damage and he's taking 7 because it's in the territory. So that just could be a little bit of thing to distract IceMatrix, and he does have ranged units nearby. So really depressed that I missed this engagement, but here we are. We finally have the Battle of Jazartes River. That's what we're going to call that. All right, back to Cliff. I don't want to take my eyes off of this spot, but there's way more interesting stuff happening over here. Double choose opposite. Okay. There has yet to be any response from Cliff. He seems to just be powering through, advancing. He might have missed the chat. Entirely possible. I know I've missed chat before. Or he could just be powering through to force a concession without insisting on one direction either way. Assyria has finally reached much weaker status than Greece. Okay, and here we go. The strength disparity is now at much stronger economy on my side. Forgive me, will not be enough to catch up in time. I will concede here. Very good game. Thanks for the match. I've learned a lot. Good sportsmanship from our players. And here we go. All right. We have a good end game scenario. IceMatrix can finally see the whole situation that he was up against. Take a quick look at all the stats. Military units produced 34 to 19. Just a huge advantage for Greece. Lots of 8 strength units and siege in there. That's pretty powerful. And let's say we'll do science. Really greedy, powerful science lead from IceMatrix, which is pretty solid. However, he was just not able to protect it. And you have that situation where once you come online and you can punish your opponent, there's no reason not to. Orders, massive order advantage for Greece. And I think that's pretty much what I'll look at for now. All right, I will try and attempt to get these fellas into the game to do a post-game chat. Okay, well, considering that IceMatrix can't, he has to leave in this moment I'm reading. I'll just kind of bring this to a close now. Maybe we could get a situation where we could do like a post-game interview after the fact with both guys, and then we could somehow like edit it into the video at a later date. But oh yeah, right, yeah. So there's going to be no. I've just realized that Squidly is not on Discord either. So this is going to be a game with no post-game chat, and that's fine. We're not always going to be able to do that. We don't have. There are people in the tournament who aren't English speakers either, and that's totally fine. So no big deal. So we'll just do a final little recap of anything else interesting in the game. Improvements, 182. Good God, to IceMatrix's 115. So very fine development on Cliff's part. Really well done there. Interestingly enough, their tech pace in terms of technology discovered was similar, but again, IceMatrix got a handful of extra bonus cards that I don't think was optimal in his tech path. All right, everybody, that's going to be the stream for today. Victory on turn 88, and a powerful push from Phalangites and siege weapons from Greece. Please stay tuned for more content. We have a lot of games coming up this weekend, and join the Discord if you're watching this on YouTube. Please join the Discord for Old World. Lots of chatter about the game and tournament there as well. Take care, and until next time.